Set a real low bar. Was the YouTube bot from yesterday just dead? Does it just kill them now? Oh, that's so funny. Okay, so that's actually, I think we actually bugged YouTube. So, yeah, so both of these, so YouTube doesn't let you have videos over 11 hours and 55 minutes. And both of these streams were longer than that. And normally it just cuts them off. But I think the stream was so long, it got caught. No, it doesn't disappear. I'm pretty sure this one exists. Does it not? Yeah. Yeah, it just ends abruptly. So yesterday must have been, this one was like 12 and a half, and this one was like 14, and this one was like 12 and a half. So this one says processing will begin shortly. So I think it still has to process the entire video. And it was just too long for it to process in their system. I think it's what happened there. Chat, I have to share a chuckle from yesterday's stream. I woke up to this morning, which really made me laugh. We banned a couple of fascists, you know, like we do whenever there's new people coming in. And one of them tried to find whoever I'm employed for and get me canceled for telling them to fuck off. Which it puts a smile, it really warms my cold dead heart when we piss them off enough for this to be something they took the time doing. And would you believe, because Justin's stupid face is here on his email. Justin's stupid face on his email, so I Google searched him. His LinkedIn says he's unemployed, believe it or not. So he's doing really well in Trump's economy that he almost assuredly has enabled based on his reaction. Your phone number and your signature is wild, something like that. As a person who told people to leave America if they don't like it, I don't know if that's the one. We banned a couple. We banned a couple. Yeah. LOL. The clip is unfortunately from the long video that died. I don't remember when it happened exactly. Unfortunately. We popped a couple of times letting the fascists. Oh yeah. I love, and this is just like this is honestly, this probably was this person, because when we banned them for telling me I should leave the United States if I don't like the current regime, they requested to be unbanned on Twitch with the comment, "I didn't break the Twitch TOS, please unban me." So that type of mentality is 100% in line with saying respectfully sent while trying to get someone canceled. Just like, so just, they really think as long as they mind their P's and Q's, they should be able to strip human rights away and dehumanize whoever they want. So long as they're polite while they do it. Nobody should care. They want you to leave the country, but they're not okay with leaving your Twitch channel. That's such a good framing of it. That's honestly great. Yeah. Just like, just the classic stunning lack of awareness. Yes, correct. And famously, one of the reasons many of them love Trump is because he tells it like it is. Oh no! The humor. Can I buy this with gold? Yeah, absolutely, right? This is a 1200 gold variant. This is in my favorite album, right? This is for the Phantom X I want. Is that the? I think that's the Phantom X album. I'll just buy it with gold. I was like, I already spent my points, so no, but I can just buy it with gold, right? It's the same. Oh yeah, perfect, perfect. I'm so glad I checked. I almost didn't check this morning. That's great. Perfect. Lovely.
Mastery.
You missed the 10% progress to 2K tokens. I mean, sure. Oh, can I technically claim stuff off of here and it'll give me extras? The scrolls converted to anything? All the ones I'm missing claiming, I think, are scrolls and boosters. Or scrolls and borders. I am the center casting slot, so the exact start time will vary depending on how the show is running tomorrow. But it'll be sometime in the like 3:30 to 4 o'clock central range, is my understanding. Yeah, this is the last rotation for the Showdown shop, by the way. Close out here a second. I will try to remember to tag Discord when it's my turn to be up, but there's also going to be a lot going on, and it's going to be a new thing, so I'm not going to promise you. Should we send emails live on stream chat? Justin's unemployed. Justin's gonna email back. We should have a chat with Justin. Tell me you didn't vote for and don't currently support Trump as president, and I'll formally apologize and unban you on my stream. What do we think? Justin's from Nebraska. Strong weighted flip. An email or the old absolute chat. They were trying to get me canceled, okay? They got banned on the Twitch channel yesterday. And they tried to get me canceled. So they emailed someone they thought employed me, who's actually an old friend and is further left than I am. which those people actually exist, just so we're clear. Ho gamers. Ho gamers. I assume they'll have a response really quickly. Just FYI, it has not been verified that the school was hit by an Iranian missile, and an early investigation says that it was likely a missile shot by the United States, according to the New York Times. Yeah, yep. Early reporting is also saying the miss-hit could be related to AI usage. Oh, yeah. AI. The Guardian... I don't remember how skills Zombie Galacti did, but if it did reasonable, let's start there. Absolutely, Red. Thank you for the tip. I actually really like Galacti. Happy to start there this morning. Thanks for all your support as always. Where is the school? There was a school in Iran that got hit by a missile. Last I checked, the reported casualty count was over 80. One of the many fucking reasons war is abhorrent. 175. Fuck. I like, you know? Also, for the record, even if an Iranian missile and not the, like, let's assume that dickhead is correct and it was a stray Iranian missile that hit a school in Iran, it's still the United States' fault, even if it's an Iranian missile, because Iran wouldn't be firing fucking missiles if the United States wasn't attacking their goddamn country. So, regardless of whose missile, one, it's not clear whose missile it is. Sure, I would accept that. But two, regardless of who fucking fired it, it's the United States' fault that there are missiles flying over there to begin with. It's still on the person who started the war. Those children are still dead because the United States started another war in the Middle East. That's the reality. Not only did the person trying to get me canceled try to email an old employer, it wasn't even an old employer. They emailed, and you know where they found it too? You want to know where they almost assuredly found it? This is my LinkedIn profile, chat. This is my LinkedIn profile. The last thing on here before content creator is project manager, lead developer, Bodhi Linux. And even, it's funny, it even says on here, even if this place employed me, it's on here from 8 years ago. Like, imagine like almost assuredly this, right? Like, I haven't been involved in this project long enough. This was a project that I helped start as a hobby in grad school with a couple of friends. That one of those friends still manages it and maintains it, and they're the one that got the email, which is so funny. So deep. I don't know what my friend said to them, but they just forwarded it to me, letting me know that email was sent, just with the assumption that they could be sending them to other people if there were other people that mattered, which there's not. You all employ me. Thank you, Twitch chat. Appreciate you. How do you check if your Twitch is linked to Snap? This link here, you can check twitch.marvelsnap.com or your in progress, so drop progress in the inventory. Doesn't the right hate cancel culture? No. The right loves cancel culture. They just hate experiencing repercussions for their own actions.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
I got this email this morning as well, Jeff. I'm sorry, but you're fired. Shit. Weed Brian, thank you for re-upping that primer and keeping me employed. Snap is dead, chat. Every day we die a little more. It's safe to say Jeff has met his KPIs this quarter. I've definitely hit my KPIs this week. That's certainly the case. That which is dead may never die.
I am reborn.
You know, that's actually a really interesting way to frame it that I hadn't thought about before. Poppet says, the right basically invented or started cancel culture under the guise of satanic panic and such. That really is the truth, huh? That is such an accurate and reasonable way to frame it that I'd never really thought about before. Well, there's nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home dad, Ben, but he's unemployed and looking for work, which is like pretty peak. It's pretty peak complaining about liberals and backing Trump and then being unemployed in Trump's economy is like just deeply, deeply and incredibly peak. So 0% you'll ever hear me bag on a stay-at-home parent as someone who did that job. Oh, you know what? I think they're too big for me to keep up with here, yeah? I should have, we're talking clear. I should have put Forge in the center. I should have put, hopefully this is enough, but I'm probably dead here because we were talking to click in. So I can't keep up here, so. Wait, actually, no, because they're gonna just, yeah, I should have done. We're gonna just thrown cord to try and take the level 2. Yeah. Two mistakes here. Would 26 have been enough in the middle? Probably not. No, they only have one card left. Okay, we were cooked regardless. I love that discard's still a competitive deck. Look at their new bars. Holy, we lost all 3. GG, opponent. For some reason, I can't rewind the YouTube stream. I have no idea. You should be able to rewind the Twitch stream though. It supports that now. If you have, if you're a Twitch sub on a channel or have Turbo, the rewind feature should work. Is no Shuri in this deck a miss? There's just only so much room for things like that. Like, what are you cutting? I went to sleep watching Jeff, and now I woke up watching him. I did sleep in the middle just for reference. I passed out about 2 a.m., and I slept till about 7:30. Full night sleep. It's honestly not that much less than I typically get. I woke it up 30 minutes after my head hit my pillow to an 18-month-old screaming for boobs. I too sometimes wake up screaming for boobs. It's not a problem that goes away with age. Alright, this is your official error ship alert this morning. At least they snapped me back. Oh, that's nice. Makes superior Spider-Man do stuff and things. Oh, does he go after Analand? That's great. Lovely. Oh, and I have 5 energy this turn with this one? Oh, man. Allow me to play you the song of my people, dickhead. And then next turn we'll go Wing Beat Maverick. Oh, yeah. My music is unmatched. Can't stop, won't stop. Swish. Swish! Alright, we want this to be Nico Banaru who's infected, yeah? I guess actually Forge I can play. Forge would cost 1 and I have 7 energy. And this costs 6. Alright, free Nico, I guess. Oh, she's gonna roll off the +2 mode though. Edge. They did play Bolts of Ballsack, yeah. Oh, you're late! For a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. You're late, you're late, you're late! All right, I have priority, so I don't have to worry about getting Goliath, which is great. Bolts of what? I said what I said.
Victory.
Jeff, I didn't expect you to be live again so soon. I mean, I was awake. What else was I gonna do? All my kids are at school. Christy's working. Like, I thought about taking the day off, but I was like, I'm not gonna do anything else. I might as well stream. Morning, Shriekers. Thanks for always being here. Do you think any of the cards released this season enhance Zombie Galacti at all? I don't think so. Question mark. Hey Jeff, are the bundles for gold still the most economical use for gold to tokens if you already own the cards included? Not always. I did a video here talking about how to do bundle value comparison. And it kind of walks through the numbers you calculate to figure out what bundles are worth. And it talks explicitly about bundles with cards and how you look at just the currency and stuff in them. Give that a peek. Yeah, the turn 2 Adam enabling the turn 3 Superior Spider-Man is lovely. Yes, another 30 card alert here. Or this one's 20 something, but still arrow shit. What are any of the content creators proclaiming Snap is dead back now that drops are back? I don't think any of the like really big creators other than like maybe Dara were on the Snap is dead train. But that's just largely because I think Dara doesn't really have too strong of an audience outside of drops, and most of his drops audience is there because him and Dexter loop with each other. Dexter's the one that's got a really good, strong, consistent audience. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to use the Maverick buff because of the Supergiant. However, let me lose that one too, sad. However, this is still infected, so it's still going to turn into a 9-power zombie Galacti. So we've got that going for us at least. Oh, I could Galacti this turn and then end on Forge? That's funny. Yeah, that's good. That's a good line. It exposes us to, Alioth, which I don't love, but... Order! Order in the cart! I'm not on a line, you're on a line! Think they'll ever update Chavez or Forge's Xbox to say characters? I think Chavez should probably update to say characters because she could brick on a skill, but I don't think Forge should necessarily need it. Well, we're trash canning airship to start the game. That's lovely. Yeah, Silver Sable 2 should hit the top character in their deck, absolutely. People commenting that I'm up already and I'm awake and I'm streaming again. I'm gonna let you in on like the worst secret you really don't want to hear me say. I was dragging a little bit this morning, but I feel exceptionally more awake and alert since I got on my bike and started pedaling. Because it turns out all those really annoying people that always told you should eat better and exercise more, they're really right. I know you don't want to hear it, but it'll not only wake you up, exercise makes your brain feel happy, chat. It does. It does. There's chemicals in there.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Don't make me call your grad school project on you. You know what also works? Copious amounts of caffeine. I think the caffeine will make you feel awake and alert. I don't think it'll make you feel happy.
What a game!
Speak for yourself, Hoglide. Yeah, that's fair, honestly. Alright, so turn 5 is like these two. Turn 6 is like Maverick plus Wingbeat.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
The one walk. Thank you for the year and a half. I appreciate that. Welcome back. How do you submit deck profiles? You can take viewer next this morning. Be okay. I guess Killmonger's a little scary.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Yeah, Chavez is how we say not so good. Okay, so Galacti is gonna be 15. Actually, since we would have had extra energy with Superior, it's probably optimal to save the Chavez to play around the Killmonger. Yeah, it's actually a great call, Stark. Good catch.
Cut off one head, two more shall take
Oh, wow, that's so spicy. I think they're gonna outscale us. Yeah? They copied Zola back to their hands. Oh wait, the random chord here in the middle means, oh, I guess they can still do this one, right?
shall take its place.
We are Venom.
We probably could have played how is the fascist going to respond bingo with just his response here, because oh boy golly was it worth waiting for. This might be my favorite Hoaglandia saga in Sun Time. Hello, Jeff. There is no legal reason for me to disclose who I voted for or if I voted. Political affiliation should not be a reason you decide to ban someone. You've shown yourself to be intolerant that cannot handle someone having a differing opinion of them who would fit your narrative. Man, that's a lot of fucking words to say you voted for Donald Trump and still support him. This is, I've never seen, for people that didn't follow, hey Justin, tell me you did not vote for and don't currently support Trump as president. I'll formally apologize for assuming anything about you and unban you on the stream. I am explicitly, can we type? I am explicitly intolerant of fascists, and God, my fingers, chat, they don't work on 5 hours of sleep. Because you make my spaces and the world as a whole a much worse place. I hope you take your hypocritical religion and God, there's no words. Hypocritical religion and blow it out your asshole. Your Bible teaches you to love your neighbor and take in the stranger, not whatever the fuck ICE is doing in the United States today. So let's exchange these two sentences. Okay, well, we'll block Justin and be done. We'll be done. We'll end the Justin saga there. No, do I look like the law? I really can't tell you enough that these people think that like a Twitch stream should be beholden to the law. I'm like truly, wholly, fully. It's the same type of you can't ban me, I have free speech. Hey, Mano, thanks for the next submission. We're gonna take an ad break, and then we're gonna play a little bit more of this one, and then you'll be our next one up this morning. Jerry. All right, have an ad break, gamers. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're gonna play some more Galacti, and then we're gonna play Mig's submission up next. Jeff, do you have a religion? I was raised incredibly Catholic. Sunday school, altar boy, church lector, the whole 9 yards. And today, I consider myself incredibly agnostic. I think anything that could help other people feel at ease or help them gain better understanding and encourage them to do good things is a great force in the world. And I think for some people, religion can be that. But I think for people like Justin that hide behind their religion while supporting things like ICE and other hateful acts, white nationalism is not Christianity, and people who hide their bigotry behind their religion are a big part of why I will probably never touch an organized religion ever again. In fact, I would attribute a significant part of why I'm a progressive liberal today is in no small part because of growing up, reading and understanding and being a part of Christian faith. Because if you understand what those teachings actually are, regardless of if God and Jesus exist or whatever else, you want to debate that, who cares? But like taking in the stranger, helping your neighbor, like all of the messages of the actual church, if you listen, are about helping people. And there's nothing in modern day conservatism that does that. And seeing all the people and adults that I grew up with that told me like, you're supposed to be religious and I follow this religion, who are now just the most hateful, evil people in the world supporting awful, terrible things, is just like, it's mind-boggling. They're just, they don't actually believe or understand anything they taught me. They just want a place in heaven for themselves.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
If the only reason you wouldn't murder someone is because you think it won't get you into heaven, or because you think murdering someone is going to get you into hell, you're not actually a good person. You're in fact quite a bad person. You just understand that there's potentially repercussions for you being that terrible person, so you control yourself. That's all it is. I think I'm just doing this. I want to be able to contest all 3 lanes here. God, there's another Airshim player. There's so much Shem this morning. Oh, it's an unfortunate 50-50 to lose. Separate Airship Q wet, asking the real questions.
Hail Hydra!
Alright, I have priority, so I don't have to worry about... getting Goliath. Can't win here. I'm only going to... Oh, I guess I am winning here, actually. Yeah, it's going to 33. I think I'm supposed to play for here, though, because I'd only be at 21 here and 33 here, so they beat me with a little here and a little here. What's the famous line from... I forget which non-Christian religious figure said it, but it was like, I like your Christ, I don't like your Christians, or something, to paraphrase. I don't remember who said it or what the exact line was, but it was something along those lines, and that is generally speaking how I feel about organized religion and a lot of the public-facing bits of it. And that's, you know, not to say all of them. I'm sure there's like to give a good example, Tallarico in the Dem nominee for Senate in Texas. He's someone that has a very religious background and speaks using his religion and seems like he actually wants to follow through and understand and execute the teachings of Christ in a way that helps people. And that's great. Like I said, if people want to use that to inspire them to actually listen to it and do good things and help other people, that's wonderful. But like, you know, there was no supply side Jesus, right? Like even the Jesus they write about in the Bible, he was flipping over money tables, right? Like he hates fucking capitalism. Rocket Neil, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Beta Angel, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. So, for reference, for people that are familiar with Tallarico, because he said, someone in chat says, that's cool. I hope he can separate church and state. One of the reasons why Tallarico is great and uses his religion in a way that's meaningful in the government to guide him is he's actually one of all of the Democrats that voted against putting the 10 Commandments into schools in Texas, despite having a very religious background. And Colbert, he did a really good interview with Colbert, and Colbert asked him about that, and his response to that was fantastic. He was like, the Bible teaches me to love my neighbor or care for my neighbor, or whatever he said. I forget exactly what he said. And he's like, I'm not loving for or caring for my neighbor by forcing my religion down their throats. And he talked about how the separation of church and state is not only good for the state side, but it's also good for the church side as well. It's just like, yes, please, thank you. Like, that's great. Am I forging Maverick or am I forging Superior Spider-Man? I think that was a compliment, Cody. I think that was a. I think 2 cakes is a compliment. Vinny can let us know if they're a fascist, but I read that as a. I like Marvel's snap, but I'm a leftist. I think cakes are good. I'm an old man, but I think cakes are good. The Zombie Galacti pick random cards to infect. He picks random cards to infect with the asterisk that he can't ever infect, or he won't ever infect, oh, hold on, I gotta think for a second. I really don't, I want to get rid of Dream Dimension, but I don't want to trigger Iska again. He can't infect skill cards. Yeah, that's the word I'm struggling with. I think it's this, because I don't want Iska to go to 12 if I can avoid it. And again, there are so many people that have been complaining about this card because she's good and playable, but stuff like this, right? Like, there are so many sequencing decisions around this card in a lot of your games. And sure, sometimes she just gets you, like any card can just get you sometimes. But I really like her design. And I think her design is interesting and good and sweet. She's a very good puzzle piece. Cosign. I need to find Zombie Galacti. We're gonna do our best to draw to him here. Hand disruption and discard. Yeah, we could do some Black Bolt Moon Knight stuff. Thank you, Mamba. Appreciate the support. I think we're cooked, gamers. Even if we top deck Galacti, he's not that large.
Do use all.
Cody, thanks for the gift. Ah! The literal bottom card of the deck. Rip, rip, potato chip. Mike. Oh, my Maverick was cooked anyways. GG, Jellybean. And Mamba, as a heads up, I've got one other in front of you, so I'll probably start your deck in about an hour. I'll play a little bit more, maybe a little more than an hour. We're gonna play this one and then one more. I'm almost done with this one. Then we'll play one more. I usually do about an hour, and then we'll go to the next. Yeah, we could do a Silver Samurai angle for sure. Blame Jace, he built the deck. I should have known it was Jace, it was toxic. Oh shoot, you know what? We started taking viewer submissions. I forgot. Someone saying Jace reminded me. We are let me know if it doesn't work for you, Brown Mamba. Your deck list will probably be let's say like 12:30 or 1 o'clock central, so like 2.5 hours or so. I have Not My Dance and Jace coming on stream to do some commentary practice at the top of the hour. I forgot I have that this morning. I apologize. I didn't sleep a lot last night, believe it or not. And that time frame doesn't work. I can kick it back on PayPal after the stream's over later today. No, Jason's gonna screen share for us, so we have something to commentate on. Yeah, the tournament on castings tomorrow with Not My Dad, so we just don't want to go and do it fully cold. I'm gonna do this, and hopefully we'll find Maverick to give +2 with Nico. Not the Maverick I wanted for Christmas. Okay, so... I think from a curve considerations perspective, I'm doing this. It's not great to Gwenpool with 3 cards in hand, but... Oh, that's so annoying. I was like, from curve consideration, I can Magic and Superior Spider-Man next turn. And then freaking Sandman showed up. How do tier lists typically do on YouTube? It's been a little while since the last one. Has it? I don't think it's been that long. I think we did one last month. Usually I do the Series 4-5 tier list every like 2 or 3 months or so. And most of the last month's cards were pretty bad, which makes doing a tier list like lower priority. Oh, I forgot they had Sandman. I should have, Oh, wait. They, Sandman doesn't impact zombie galacti. That's funny. I was thinking now I couldn't play Chavez, but I can. Yeah, it's max 6. Yeah. Drax is gonna jump is the problem. That might get us.
Doom rules all.
Yeah, I think we lose the left to Drax. Yeah, rip. All right. Let's grab our next viewer list here. Well, we got a Sabador. Oh, Sabador Infinity Ultron. These are all cards I like. These are all cards I like. So what do we got? Zabu, Chavez, Hydra, Juggernutter, Rhino, Viv Vision, I think I turned off auto ads on YouTube. I'll check that in a second though. In fact, let's tap the ad rolls now. Make sure that's going while we're building this. Good call. Yeah, turn those off. Look at Past Jeff. Good job, Past Jeff. Chiefo Steel, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Hey, EJ, thanks for the 20 months. Welcome back. Hope things are going all right in Toronto, Chief. Oh, I refreshed my Vibes Market page. Bad vibe this morning, huh? Bad vibes this morning, it would appear. Jobs report data came out for February, and the cooked books said 90,000 loss. So if they published a 90,000 job loss, how bad do you think it actually was? Because they've been having like hundreds of thousands of downward revisions every month. So if the first sugar coated pass is 90,000. The reality's gotta be even more brutal than that. At least twice as bad. We're all unemployed and this is how we find out. Shit, Justin got to me. Elite, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
I think we should add a line from Justin's last email to the wall of shame. What do we think? What do we think of legal reason as a new wall of shame entry? Oh man, my vision is about to get the Fisk towered out of her, isn't she? Just keep having more cards than Mojo World, dude. Sunspot Morbius. There hella stuff? Question mark. Oh wow, we hit the nuts, chat. We hit the nuts. The best around. No one's ever gonna bring us down. Glorious. I love it when we get to do the thing of the first game. It's truly glorious.
You won't need this anymore.
Don't know about you, not feeling 22.
Victory.
They won. They did win the left. Big old Ultron drone. Oh, I was missing a mission. Rip. I watched the bundle video. I'm sorry numbers aren't my strong point. I can't work out what value would be good if I already owned the card. Would booster packs be a better choice? Absolutely. Look at the ratios of tokens to credits, Starvin one. Is the number you're looking at. More tokens per credit or more tokens per gold or whatever the ratio I referenced in there is what you're looking for. I acquired Spider-Man Noir, Zombie Captain Marvel, and Phantom X. Are any of those good in a deck that's reasonable fun? Phantom X is one of my favorite cards in Snap right now. There's been a bunch of Phantom X highlights on the YouTube side in the last little bit. They typically want some combination of Wild Child and Morrow, though. is the one wriggle in them. Oh, you have borrowed Wild Child? Yeah, if you have borrowed Wild Child, Phantom X is your oyster. It's lovely. How many people are banned in the show? I have no idea. I don't worry my pretty little head about things like that. Just to give like context. Like yesterday's stream, the giant 18-hour stream, we had almost 13,500 unique people come through the stream over the course of the day, and I think we banned 3 or 4, maybe. It might have just been 1 or 2 actually, but not a lot. Is the answer to that question. I assume the percentage of lurkers goes up a lot during drops. Yeah, to a degree. Oh, Iska doesn't trigger when she's pulled with the... I was like, oh, Iska wins it, but she doesn't. That's so unlucky. Sedge. I am Lay Sedge. I think we're cooked. Jeff, I imagine your life with children is busy, but do you have any pets? I do not. 3 kids are enough. Why did he make the rock bandage? Because the rock was in my back row, and he only swaps out cards in the front row. I'm missing a few bad cards to be collection complete, and I realize now that if seasonal cards are not fun, you have nothing to do for a month. Puts a real pressure on the second dinner team. I mean, you know, chasing the dragon is definitely endless. Well, that's a big boy. It's a big boy. We have been cooked. Yeah, last month wasn't a terrible season in terms of balance, but just like the fact that like Star-Lord was the only like new playable card made it a little bit dry and repetitive. Jeff, would you have a guess to when the next series drops would occur? I'm holding my tokens for it. They've told us not to expect series drops with any amount of certainty or regularity. And folks like you holding tokens is exactly why. When they announce and are like, we're gonna drop card series on a schedule, people just never buy them and they just wait. There's the way you need to think about it. And this is a way to do it, is the Marvel Snap economy already kinda has a series drop every month. What do I mean by that? I mean every single month cards go from seasonal caches to regular caches, getting a discount at how much they cost. And I think that's the type of system you should expect moving forward for Snap. Yeah, a few other people are saying the rewind on YouTube's not working. I don't know I'm not gonna have a chance to debug it right now, but I can maybe look at it later. I'll make a note to try and look at it this weekend and see if there's a setting they changed. Is Iska a good one to play into Great Web Chat? Anybody know?
I'm coming for you. We are the future.
Oh, that's real good. Everything worked out better than expected.
Opponent snapped.
Chat, they didn't play around the 24 power Infinity Ultra.
Victory.
I saw you have a GitHub profile the other day. Are you a programmer or do you just work on a few projects? If you really look at the GitHub page, I haven't committed code to anything in probably 4 or 5 years or more. I was very active in a number of open source projects during college and undergrad and a little bit after grad school. And then I had children and was working full time and it all dissolved, so been a long time. It's been a while.
Oh, snap.
I feel like I need to give this asterisk every single time someone asks about my PC specs. Under no circumstances will I ever buy an NVIDIA graphics card ever again in the future, unless at some point the AI bubble pops and they actually start investing effort into their consumer products again. I have never had such an unstable experience in my desktop graphics card as I have had with my 4000 series GeForce card. Or whatever it's called. Yeah, my next card will definitely be an AMD. It's not an exact time when I'll be starting because I'm commentating specific rounds, but somewhere in like the 3:30 to 4 p.m. Central range, my middle time slot will start for the gauntlet tomorrow. Yeah, and for reference, I'm not saying that as some type of like former AMD fanboy. Like, the AMD processor in this current computer is my first AMD chip in like a decade and a half, and I've literally had nothing but NVIDIA graphics cards since I was like 14 years old. It's deeply disappointing that their products are not worth using anymore.
Enough said, bub.
I think we're dead. Definitely did do it all. I'm about to buy a GPU soon. I'm inclined to get an Intel for its low power consumption, but I like to steer off instability at a cost. Can I get an F in chat for Frag's wallet? Buying a GPU in 2026. Bless you. It's tough out there. Microsoft being a bunch of assholes and artificially obsoleting my previous streaming computer by making it not be able to install Windows 11 actually ended up being a boon for me, because I bought my current PC just before all the prices went crazy. Hey, Seth, thanks for the tip. Oh, I should take the deck submissions down. Seth, I will play your deck today, but there's going to be a little bit of a wait, because after this deck, I'm going to be doing commentary practice with Dance. FYI, so it'll probably be a little bit later this afternoon. What was it? How much did I pay for this thing? Yeah, my entire tower, all features included, was right around $2,000 before all the prices went nuts. It's not cheap, but it's still a far cry from like a $5,000 graphics card. Price of solid state drives went crazy too. My boys were really getting into PC gaming at the start of last year, so I upgraded one of my old computers, only had half a terabyte in it. I bought a 2 terabyte NVMe drive for it so he could have more space for the games he wanted to play. And I paid like $100 for it, and they're like $250 now for the exact same piece of hardware. The old bubble pop can't get here soon enough, gamers. Meta for thoughts. Thank you for the over 2 weeks. Over 2 years. Welcome back. Our Sabador's a little scuffed here. There aren't that many things for him to get out of the deck that are meaningful, unfortunately. At CES a few months ago, they were saying expect prices to get much worse later this year. Yeah, prices on everything are bad. There are 2 different consumer hard drive places have announced that they're already out of hard drives for 2026. RAM prices are going to continue going up. It's just like none of it's good. It's all bad. I'll float down here, Georgie. My 3070 rig is gonna last me until 3070, dude. Well, we won the center, but that is all. Oh, Seth had a fuck ice and go vote in his deck submission comment. Big ups. This is your reminder, if you live in Illinois like myself, we have an actual progressive running for Senate who has a good chance to win. Vote for Julia Stratton if you live in Illinois, gamers. Her platform includes abolishing ICE, raising the minimum wage, and Medicare for all. It would be nice. It would be nice to have more people like her in the Senate. She is currently our lieutenant governor and has endorsements from our governor and our other senator, Tammy Duckworth. I think we're just gonna build this up over here and then slam Vision is the plan. Alright, Danger would never kill in a minecart chat, that would just be rude. Man, cold temperature batteries are magic. I actually had my first issue with I had my first issue with my my electric snowblower over this winter. It was so cold out. It was so cold in my garage, the charger wouldn't charge the battery, so I had to bring them inside. Does objective work in Dark Dimension? It doesn't? That's sad. This is probably wrong. They're probably not competing here, and I should put Summoner here. Yeah, I should have put Summoner on the right. Yeah. I should put something over here. Yeah, moving one of these out. Maybe it should have been Space Stone. I just don't do this. I was just so caught up in trying to play this. I probably should have gone like Space Stone. I should have, you know what I should have done is I should have gone yellow, orange stone, Juggernaut, blue stone is what I should have done. That's what we should have done. All right, I'm gonna give this one a few more shakes, but we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna run and fill my water bottle. On the meantime, in between time, BRB. BRB. Do it. The prediction markets are currently betting that oil will break $100 a barrel this month. Pretty even Stevens there.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Everybody gets a rock. Warrior Fall is kind of awkward for us. I keep stacking here, I think. Our Avatar of Life Online. It also hedges when they play a bigger thing. No, Iska checks if she's winning with each individual trigger. So she'll trigger, make her power bigger, check if you're losing, trigger, make her power bigger, check if she's losing, if you have multiple end of turns. Viv Vision is one of those cards that I should probably play more than I do. She's quite strong. When she like two triggers out of her and she's a lot of points. Even just one's usually enough, but two is like, wow, this card is good. If they end a 13 power werewolf on the left, I'm gonna be quite sad. Of course they're playing Stardust in their werewolf deck. Good. Couldn't have happened to a nicer person. Got in my video game. Thanks, bud. Bye, Felicia.
Victory.
Bye. I honestly think this is kind of one of the core problems with this card. This card is super fun, and I've enjoyed building decks with him. But I'm gonna be pretty surprised if he makes a deep run of the tournament tomorrow, or if we're multiple copies deep run, because there's so much incidental hate that people are playing for other decks that just like stop him from being functional. And it really, you know, for my old Magic the Gathering players, it's like that classic mantra, right? Like, you don't want to be the second best graveyard deck. Like, when Dredge is tier 1 and everybody has 4 Rest in Peace in their sideboard, you don't want to show up playing a C tier graveyard card, because you're going to get incidentally hosed. Stardust doesn't stop the transform, but it stops him from putting a new card into play. So he'll be a 4/8, but he'll get rid of something in your front row and then bring nothing else out. Do they have any ban cards for the Gauntlet? Nope, just normal Marvel set. Normal Marvel set.
Snap.
I know a lot of people, are curious about like the business back end and like have asked about like how does drops impact streamers and stuff like that. And like, obviously I streamed an incredible amount of hours this week, but to give a good data context, my channel made more money from ad revenue this week with the 40 or 50 hours I've streamed now than it made in all of January or all of February in terms of ad revenue. So to say drops have a large impact on creator long-term success when they're done well would be an understatement. They don't ban Aeroship from tournaments because they don't want to limit low collection level players who need Aeroship to access other cards in the tournament. So that's actually one of those lies that gets repeated in the community quite frequently. That's just, it's really not true. So, someone posited that or framed that question in that way, however you want to put it, in a Team Answers thing a while back. And Second Dinner shared that a majority of the people who play Aeroshim are not low collection level players. They're just people who like random bullshit. And sure, maybe some amount of people are low collection level people doing it, but it's not the norm and it's not most of them. I don't know that we're gonna be able to keep up with what our opponent has going on here in terms of numbers. We'll see what exactly they do, I guess. Oh, there's Zombie Galacti. There's Zombie Galacti with double Giant Maverick. Yeah, I think unfortunately, like, this kind of matchup really kind of highlights one of those things I've talked about in this metagame a good bit, where, like, if your deck isn't going to play, if your deck doesn't have a powerful linear card in it, or if your deck doesn't have a powerful, if your deck doesn't have interaction, the numbers you need to be able to make to be competitive in this metagame are really big.
Victory.
And thankfully, we got them. They just didn't draw their thing. But if they would have remotely drawn their thing, we were cooked, right? Like they were gonna go, what's the smallest, if they had drawn their Zombie Galacti, the smallest it could be would be 24. Which I guess that's 48, 52. No, it's still gonna be smaller than 52, right? So I think they said I could make changes to this deck so long as I keep the vision. I think the change I would make to this to try and fix that problem and get that interactive bit in there is 30. No, the Shuri doubles before the Maverick applies. So it would be 5 times 2 plus 7 for 24. So if it had no other buffs on it, it would be 5 to 10 to 17 to 24. Red Guardian is just so good in this metagame. I think. Yeah, maybe it's Strax. I like the debris. That's like the bare minimum. I could see an argument for trying to fit Cosmic Ghost Rider in as well, or maybe you could drop the Chavez. Maybe I'd do that too. Chavez motor. We haven't had a problem filling up our locations. Nah, we're diving right back in, dudes. I can't wait for El Salvador to roll court. Yeah, I guess that's fair. To be fair, El Salvador ruling Chavez isn't exactly particularly good, though, either. Oh, I was like, Quicksilver Pixie, that's neat. It's Erishim. It's Erishim. Alright, I need to eat some coconut crispy rollers here before it's time to cast with Not My Dance here in a minute. I don't want to be stuffing my face while we're yapping. I was about to complain these stones were really mediocre. And then we rolled this one with this. Oh, I guess Salvador will double here as well. It's kind of fun. They have Killmonger. I hope not. Oh my goodness. The Erishim Supergiant means El Salvador doesn't objective, right? Is that what that means? My goodness, that's Rinson. Man, I wish he was better.
Victory.
Yeah, we won the game, but I didn't get to do the thing, which is sad. I just wanted to do a thing, chap. Hey, Jason, Dance, are you both here and ready to go? I'm gonna snack here and play one more decent game, I think, and then we'll start. If that works for you too.
Snap.
All right, I get to draw some cards. If I don't brick a draw, I'm guaranteed to draw En Sabador. But also, it's the last card in my deck, so drawing him won't do anything. All right, so if I do this, this adds 6 everywhere, which seems pretty good, yeah?
Victory.
He's a big boy. I gotta say, my favorite part of the snap events is having extra tokens to check what variants are rotating. Reminder that this is the last rotation on the limited time game mode shop, and the shop is leaving in 2 hours. If you haven't spent the remainder of your Sanctum Showdown points, do so now, or they're gonna get turned into useless boosters. Spend, spend, spend. It's a really bad race. Morning, Jeff. I've been trying Salvador in a Zemo build. That sounds kind of fun. Theory perspective, that seems reasonable. I think we're doing this to set up for Ultron into Salvador. We cooked. I think we cooked. Oh, wait, does Sabador not even trigger? Sabador doesn't even trigger, right? No, he does. He does. We fell here? I was thinking Juggernaut. No, this is good.
All hail Hydra!
All right. I think my closing thought on this Sabador deck is similar to a lot of them. I think against mid-rangey decks like Werewolf or whatever that are trying to be interactive, you can like dodge their interaction meaningfully, but it just feels really hard to build your deck around this card without being pretty stone cold to these bigger combo decks that are gonna make much larger numbers than you. All right.
Hello.
All right, gamers, if you're just joining us, we're gonna have some guests for the next little bit. So, Not My Dance and I are going to be casting the Golden Gauntlet Tournament middle segment this weekend, and we've not broadcast together before, but we both have broadcasting experience. And Hoaglandia regular and Stream Sniper extraordinaire Jace has graciously shared their screen, and they're gonna play some games for us, so we have something to commentate on. Hey,
That seems
Dance,
a bit
you
important.
gotta give me a level.
Yeah. I could talk for a second to make sure my voice is going to be an okay volume for you. Make sure we don't have any issues, as it were.
I think that's about balanced. I think we're good. We are the ghost now. We're all the ghosts together.
Let's go.
Chatters, how
potentially
is
the
his
best
voice
stream
versus
snipers.
mine? Is he a little low still?
I could be a little bit lower than you on your stream. I think that's fine.
Nah, man.
I don't need to be that high.
All right, we'll do it.
Nope.
All right, I need you to
Whatever
sweat like you've never
works.
sweat before, Jace. Okay.
Jace has got this. There's no way Jace would lose.
Oh, and Discord has a Zoom feature in their calls now. That's nifty. I haven't seen that before.
Oh, that's fun.
All
I
right.
hadn't. Where is that? Oh, it's bottom right. Huh. Okay.
The more you know.
This might just be the ongoing chula that I've seen going around.
You've
So,
done one
by
of
the way,
these.
so actually in
You've done one of these
terms-
before. Do you usually have deck lists of the person you're watching and the person you're against?
Yeah. So what we typically will have is you can we'll have a channel. We have a channel inside of in that area where we can basically just put a command to see what each person's deck list is, and as we request it, because guest will be in the background, controlling everything. He will basically just show the deck list on stream to make sure that people in chat as well can see what's going on if they're still confused. It's not the whole time, as there's no official deck tracker supported by Marvel Snap, but
Do you know what the official tournament policy is on ridiculing people for their splits?
I don't know the official tournament policy on it. I think as long as, again, it's kind of, I feel like as long as you're not ridiculing the game itself, I feel like people themselves are fine. But is Jace a person?
Is Jace a... All
Just
right.
trying to ask the important questions here.
Anywho, let's just chill and BS here for a minute. We'll be official in the second one.
Yeah, that's fair. I will say, I suck in terms of like trying to hopefully not talk over people. So if I do talk over you, that is not intentional, and you should just interrupt me and stop it, or just wait for me to finish, because stream delay is a really fun thing. So I apologize in advance.
So a good dynamic too is one that's worked for me in the past in casting duos is when I typically fill the more analytical role in a team. Often the color commentator will set up or pitch, like, you know, they'll be talking and then they'll throw a question to me as a good kind of natural flow.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. What type of questions do you think I should ask then?
Card combinations, interactions. What do you think this player is going to do? Why would they want to do that? What other things should they be considering? What other lines here? Stuff like that.
Do you think a meta question like that one's a good question?
I see what you did there. Look at that. Look at this consummate professional chat. We're gonna be so good.
It's gonna go great. Shu Lao is. What are your thoughts actually on Shu Lao though, as a legitimate point? Because I've heard a lot of people who play a lot of Marvel Snap say that they think Shu Lao is currently too good. I think Shu Lao is a very fun card. I think it potentially with Maverick is just it's too easy of a plug and play between them. How do you feel about that specific combination? Again, it's probably not a question I can ask tomorrow.
No, I mean, I think it's depending on like how much time we're filling and like how much downtime the players are giving us when they're taking. There's nothing to talk about actual gameplay. Like more generic strategic stuff like that can be fine too. Like I'm always happy to talk about how I think Shu Lao and cards like it are just like everything that's good and pure about Marvel Snap deck building, right? Like it's a card where you have to make considerations when you're building your deck list to maximize its effect, and it's the type of card where you have key in-game sequencing decisions to get the most out of it during the game that you're playing. You know, like, are you playing this 3-drop like Hope on Curve, or are you prioritizing playing a 2 plus a 1 so your Shu Lao can be bigger at the end of the game as a form of a payoff?
That tracks. Okay. The Doom 2099 deck is another one I've seen a lot of people playing recently. This the one with Cosmic Ghost Rider and such, and it's a lot of fun. And I'm gonna give the take that I hate. And this is, again, I know I'm not the designer for Second Dinner, and I know typically you don't do it, but as someone who likes to still BS and say whatever, I think that there's a world where Aurora or some part of that Doom 2099 deck, without touching the Doom or Doom 2099 stuff, gets hit in an upcoming OTA. Because I feel like it's a very good deck currently.
See, I'd be kind of surprised if anything around the Doom 99 deck is a little bit too good. I'll be curious to see how it performs in the tournament this coming weekend. Because, like, Aurora stuff has been a staple in the metagame for a little while now, and is definitely good and powerful. But in my experience and looking through a lot of the data, the Doom 99 builds specifically tend to play a little bit second fiddle to the other variations that are just, like, more end-of-turn focused or playing multiple cards per turn.
That's fair. I like that logic. I think, I don't know. End of turn stuff is going to be very interesting as it continues to go on. I like the Doom 2099 though change in general. It feels so much better than what we had before.
Hawkeye's a really interesting card choice inside of the ongoing Maverick deck list here on Jace's side of the board. I've seen a few different things in that 2 energy slot before, and Kate's a neat one where she lets you fill out your curve nicely by being a 2 plus some extra energy things, but also providing some ongoing synergy 50% of the time with that arrow. We see the snap here from Jace's opponent, and they have priority, and Jace is leaving because this signifies that there's going to be a Cosmic Ghost Rider coming down, which is going to turn this Maverick off before it can pump anything up.
Yeah, Cosmic Ghost Rider is another really good card. The ability to turn off text with cards is very powerful, especially as we now are getting, Objective, a brand new mechanic. All the other mechanics make it harder to just use a Cosmo or even a Ghost. Obviously, there's a lot of cards that are just too specific, and Cosmic Ghost Rider and Red Guardian cards like it are very good answers for it.
And Jace's deck playing things like Kitty Pryde and other lower power things mean that if he's not able to grab priority early going into those key turns where Cosmic Ghost Rider can happen, getting that Cosmo set up on his side so he can protect his Maverick from that interaction is going to be really important here.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about Cosmo. I've actually even seen some rumblings, people talking about trying to even use Goose nowadays because of the ongoing, and it is just an easy protection for some of those end of turn cards.
Yeah, Goose is a really interesting
use.
one to play alongside your Maverick specifically because it explicitly locks out Cosmic Ghost Rider, but the fact that it has the same power as Maverick and its cost under 3 means that it gives you a percentage play to dodge the other interactive bits for Maverick like Deafening Chord and Red Guardian that are very common as well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is
And
one of those in-game sequencing decisions I was talking about a minute ago where Jace paused here for a minute like, oh, do I play my Sam Wilson out and get the value from this card going, or do I want to play my 2/1s because playing my 2/1s makes my Shu Lao better in the long term?
Yeah, that's fair. I think I like the logic still of trying to also go for that playing 2 cards a turn, because again, that is what you need to worry about with Shu Lao, and that makes a lot more sense here. Kitty Pryde's just a great card as well. I'm glad Kitty Pryde's made a resurgence. I feel like she's ebbed and flowed, and I've enjoyed metagames, I think, where she has flowed much more so than her ebbing. That's phrasing that I think is fine.
Another interesting decision point from Jace here. How do we want to maximize this Asgard, and do they want to get Maverick online? Another axis that Jace has to leverage protecting his Maverick from that interaction in Cosmic Ghost Rider is making sure that it's in that back row, because Cosmic Ghost Rider only wipes out the text on the front.
Yeah. And that's going to be really smart over here, especially with the Cave of the Dragon as well. Going to be adding another 5+ cost card to the front of that location, making it so that if there's going to be a Cosmic Ghost Rider, it'll turn off whatever that card is and only hope Summer's mid. And that's 14 points. That's enough to win the Asgard for Jace here. Ooh,
Now,
and Captain Carter is fantastic.
Relatively even Cave of the Dragon, all things considered. Iron Lad hopping into the Crimson Cosmos here, which I think is actually pretty good for Jace. Jace's deck is going to really struggle to add points into that right side location, so his path to victory likely involves playing for the center and the left tier.
Now, if you're Jace, in your opinion, would you be playing Maverick down right now, or would you be holding it?
So this is turn 5, and because Maverick's an activate card, we definitely need to get that down this turn. It's a use it or lose it. And we see Jace kind of considering where do we want to put this here, because we saw him start with the Kitty Pryde in the center. We are going to go left. If he Mavericks plus Agony in the center, he gets an extra energy on the last turn of the game, but it put Maverick in a location that's maybe a little bit less profitable for him to be in.
Yeah. There's the comparison I was trying to think of is if you want to use Captain Carter here, as though obviously she will not be buffing up the front row, but that still could be putting a lot of other points into whatever card is going to be right behind her.
Sandman is absolutely backbreaking here for Jace. You're really looking to play more than one card on the same time, and with the Shu Lao being missed here, we're only going to be able to play 2 things, and none of them are going to be making particularly large points of power. I suppose we could, like, Moonstone the left and then an 11-point Kitty in the center might be enough to get across the finish line.
You also, you could use Captain Carter, which you could then either move the shield into, like you mentioned, or you would just be able to potentially play one of the other cards there. This is going to be adding, you are adding 12 points of power into that middle lane, and additionally it's going to be 10 points of power left. And against what the most part I feel like this end of turn deck can do, I think that should be okay. They would only tie left if they played an Aurora there.
Yeah, Aurora is a consideration for them. You could also see a Doom 99 perhaps with, oh my gosh, Iska is so good. She's going to jump up to 12 here.
I think that's enough to take it.
Yep, that is going to go ahead and take the left side here, just barely. And I
love the new season cards.
That's a tough one. So Jace could have played around this with the line that I was initially suggesting. The Moonstone on the left into the 11-point Kitty in the center would have beaten that 12-pointer in both the lanes there. And that's one of those key output ranges you got to think about. You know, you're not used to these end of turn decks having that number that can go really tall instantaneously like that. And that's the problem that Iska is helping them solve.
Mm-hmm. I have put in a formal request at Second Dinner to ask for titles that say what basically won the game flipped heads and won the game flipped tails, stuff like that, because I do think there are a lot of games that come down to those coin flips, because there are worlds where where Jace's permutation I think was correct. Obviously this was not one of those worlds, but that's the beauty and the pain of Marvel Snap at times, trying to figure out what the correct play is, the correct output is continually.
We see
that Moondragon, thankfully, not.
We see that small pause on Jace's sequencing decision here again, just like taking that minute to evaluate, hey, do I want to be energy efficient and get this Goliath down, or do I want to play the Kitty Pryde, setting myself up to potentially have a 2-card play on turn 3? The Goliath, unfortunately, getting pulled out of hand, but top decking another 2 energy play to leave Jace with options here.
Now, where do you want to play your cards here if you're Jace? Because I feel like I want to be able to have room to be able to move cards as I need to into New York. However, if you play into Otto's lab, you obviously pull one of their cards. Black Vortex will ruin potentially one of your own like combo potential pieces. What do you like here if you are Jace?
I think the first question you got to answer on both sides of the board is identifying which card in your hand you want to give up to turn into a random 6. So Black Vortex, while it has a little bit of variance, on average is going to give you a great power increase on whatever you're playing into it. And you just got to figure out which of your resources you're willing to give up for that exchange. We're going with Sam Wilson here, which I like a lot. This gives Jace that 2 card play this turn and sets them up for a 3 into a 1 the following turn as well.
Ooh, Sasquatch is just another really fun card. Another card I just do very much enjoy. And you get the Maverick here, which is a good reason for Jace to snap, as that does allow you to spread your points out that Shulau can give you on that final turn. Playing Hope Summers and Kitty Pryde here, going to be very good. Potentially just avoiding Otto's lab entirely.
Yeah, I think the snap here from Jace is twofold. The first is obviously, like you said, the Maverick is a very good top deck. It lets your Shulau get a massive amount of points. But the second part is this snap is also indicative of like the Moondragon missed on turn 3, right? Like there was no play, there's no Invisible Woman first step. So Harbash's output in the late game is restricted by what they've drawn so far.
Yeah, this is a game that's looking definitely very profitable for Jace here. One of the nice parts about playing Captain Carter here, it's typically not a card you want to play in the back lane, but because of New York in particular, you're more okay with that, as you can reposition Captain Carter potentially, or reposition the other cards that are currently in the front row as needed. However, Sandman is, again, a very powerful card and very annoying here.
Hope Summers really looking excellent here into the Sandman. That 2 extra energy means that Jace can still play Shulau and Kitty Pryde in this last turn, which is critical.
It's very good there. Shulau going to be able to buff up the Maverick, obviously. How many points was that? I totally missed that.
I do not know. I think it's 12. And then interesting to see Jace electing to play for the center location here, because remember, Jace has still not triggered Otto's Lab, and they're going to be pulling a random card from Harbash's hand into play, and there's some pretty scary ones in the end of the turn side of things.
Yeah, again, I think the biggest one that we've seen already is Iska. And if Iska gets pulled down now, that's not something you want to see. However, it is only going to 6 points of power. And if you play around that, you could still be okay. And actually, I didn't think about it, but I like the Ant-Man over the Kitty Pryde here, as that does add 1 additional point to Goliath.
Yep. And we see Jace here kind of going back and forth. The New York makes him some flexibility here. And I like this decision here, making it so we're going to go ahead and not activate that Otto's Lab and not give them a free extra card.
If you're Jace, do you want to move Captain Carter to the left and use that, and even just using the shield over there, or are you happy with all the cards as is?
Well, so the Captain Carter on the right is giving the Maverick 2 extra points of power, which in turn is going to put 2 points on the left tier. And I think the way this Shulau breaks, we go over the top of this Dr. Doom, no problem.
I think so. It sounds right, because also Captain Carter is adding 2 additional points over to Maverick, giving Maverick 16 points power to add into the Ant-Man, who's already getting an additional 4 for being at a full location.
Yeah. Extra Doombot drops here and pumps up a little bit. Ends up cleaning up 31 to 24 and 32 to 12 on the right for the last 5 points here to close this match out.
Marvel Snap's a really cool game in the fact that even though it is only 2, right, we're only trying to win 2 out of the 3 lanes in order to win the game. There are so much nuance, so many different ways that you can be fighting for those locations, that it's such a very enjoyable game, such a fun time to try to figure out what is the most optimal play, what is the most interesting way, and what are the other ways that I haven't tried before that I could use to get the win here. How can I win more lanes?
All right, so we head on in to our next match here. We're waiting for whatever Jace is going to play. If you're just joining us, welcome. I've got Not My Dance as going to be my casting partner in crime tomorrow, chatters. I'm not going to be reading chats. We're going to be doing some practicing on our commentary duo here. And shout out to Hoglandia regular Jace for giving us some matches to commentate over. Yeah, whatever you feel like playing, Jace.
By all means, just whatever decks. As long as I think it's probably as much as Jeff's going to hate it. An Erisham deck probably is going to be good, just to see how good Jeff can fake it.
No, I refuse.
Yeah. Oh, you're refusing to? Did you already submit that form with?
Yeah, I submitted the form.
Events?
I crossed the T's, dotted the I's, submitted in triplicate.
I thought you were supposed to cross the I's, dot the T's.
Oh gosh. I've been doing it wrong my entire life.
He's absolutely ruined in advance. It's gonna be unfortunate for him.
Whenever you have new cards added to a card game going into a big tournament like this, there's always like that known contender or entity going into the weekend where like players are like, this is the deck to beat. It's the one you want to be playing. It's the one you need to be prepared for if you're not playing it. I think end of turn with the addition of Iska is definitely that going into this tournament weekend.
Yeah, end of turn Iska it's a very powerful deck, and one of the things I was recently realizing about the end of turn with Iska is like Iska's a very cool, very powerful card, and the fun part about her, in my personal opinion, is the fact that they released a counter to this powerful new end of turn card with the objective mechanic triggering again after the end of turn, which we're seeing our opponent running Squirrel Girls and Lockjaws, which could mean that we might be seeing an Ensabanur from the opponent.
Yeah, we saw that turn 1 snap from Jace here. I really like that aggressive push. They have the Black Cat into the Adam Warlock, which is going to almost certainly guarantee that they draw a lot of their payoffs, and they had the Invisible Woman to follow it up. And Sinister London here, just absolutely massive for the end of turn deck, going to give them way more end of turn effects at the end of the game. The big question here is, are we just shoving this Jocasta into Sinister London and then trying to win the other two, or are we going to leave ourselves space for like an Iska the Unbeaten?
I'm going to give the crazy and potentially controversial take that I feel like there's a world where Iska's not the card you want to play in the right lane. I think a card like Bruce or even a Sunspot or Thena, probably Thena is the one I'm going to go with, would be a card you might want in the right lane, as Ensabanur is going to be triggering after any of your Iska stuff. So you're not going to get all the value you potentially want to with that in mind.
Man, there are going to be a lot of end of turn triggers here. Just this single lane of Invisible Woman, Jocasta, and then another Invisible Woman. Is this like 8 to 10 triggers here on these cards, scaling up to absolutely massive amounts on the last turn of the game?
And it doubles each turn. That's like, yeah, I'm going to say 12. There's no fast forward for these. I'm going to say, I think it's 12 triggers. I feel like I'm wrong, but I want to say 12.
We should, just a side note, not commentary, we should write that down and know those numbers offhand for tomorrow.
That's fair.
We should do math.
Oh, you already said you're the technical guy, so you can, yeah, you should definitely do that. But I feel like the final turn, right? You would go Thena right into Fantastic Card left, and then you get to trigger a bunch of different activates.
No, I mean once their objectives thing triggered, I think you just drop the Iska, and then you're like way bigger than anything they can do.
That's fair. Yeah, they've triggered the objective, and that's honestly, I think, worse for them at this particular moment.
This type of matchup, I think, is exactly one of the reasons why the end of turn deck is going to be one of the decks to beat, unless the objective deck is able to put together some type of interactive bit. The pure linear number that Invisible Woman, Jocasta, and Iskas are going to be able to put out are just not something that this Ensabanur deck is going to be able to keep up with on average.
I like that you have multiple different lanes here that are going to be interesting to play for, because as much as the extra energy is going to be very good for the White Hot Room, you've got benefits to the cloning vats, especially with Iska. If you can get points into the White Hot Room early, potentially that's good. Potentially it's the cloning vats, because again, multiple Invisible Woman triggers are powerful as well. And you have your Havoc in hand, so the Quantum Tunnel isn't that bad of a location either. There's a lot of good options here.
Yeah, I like this snap on Jace's side. Obviously, so players are snapping for very different reasons here, right? Like, Rumik is snapping because they think they're going to be first to the White Hot Room, and Jace is snapping because they're like, I've got Invisible Woman, Jocasta, and I'm going to have massive end of turn cards.
Mm-hmm. And they're just going to continue to put more points over there. And the play of Ensabanur into the cloning vats does mean that we're going to be able to see multiple rocks potentially get swapped out in this deck.
Yeah, small mistake perhaps from Jace's side. Copying Jocasta is actually a little bit more profitable than copying Invisible Woman First Step. Specifically gives you more of those end of turn effects because the Jocastas double each other up essentially.
Oh, that's a good shout. Yeah, because they will. It's similar to Odin's on top of each other. They will just both retrigger each other at least, I think, once, not multiple times. But those initial triggers can matter a lot.
Yeah, the cloning vat's locking in here quite low seems very good. I just don't see how the Ruminix deck, especially with not having priority, or with having priority, is going to be able to overcome Thena Iska in the center here. Iska's going to get absolutely massive, or at least big enough to win the lane.
Yeah, this is looking to be a very good game for Jace here. I think there's another world in which not only the Invisible Woman first steps was incorrect there, but if you put it in the back row, you also protect yourself a little bit against a Cosmic Ghost Rider, which I'm uncertain exactly what the opponent's running, but that could be something to be considered. But as obviously tomorrow will be open deck lists, and we will know in advance if that's something to actually worry about.
Really key sequencing thing here from Jace is your end of turn cards actually trigger at the end of the turn in the order that they were put into play. So we see Iska the Unbeaten up front for Jace, making it so that one's going to go ahead and double up, so you're winning the lane first, and then Thena's going to let you go even further over the top in the back.
Very powerful here. Adam Warlock also getting that extra bits of triggers in order to make Thena or Iska trigger Is it going to be one less because of Adam Warlock? I feel like it is.
Yeah, we're gonna hit twice here up to 12, and then our Athena is gonna go ahead and shoot up. Is this 8 times here? And this kind of highlights the end of turn difference here. If we would have had Jocasta, Invisible Woman, it would have been 10 end of turn triggers as opposed to the 8 here. Obviously, those 6 points don't matter in this particular instance, but they could matter in the future.
Yeah, it's also just a good sequencing decision, I think, to keep in mind if you are just someone who is trying to figure out how to play this type of deck, because that's what people who watch the Golden Gauntlet might just be trying to do. See the decks that players are running and figure out how they should be running these types of decks, and that's potentially helpful information.
Jace's title here, Humble Gold Farmer. Some of you might think that that's the gold in-game currency, but looking at Jace's cards, what he actually means is he's farming gold backgrounds on all of his effects.
That makes more sense.
That brings us to this prodigy, which must be a deep source of shame.
True. That is true. Hopefully, Jace does get us to the real game of Marvel Snap, splitting cards at some point during this stream, but we may not be able to get there today.
We see the long pause here on where you want this Adam Warlock to go. Your opponent is slightly less likely to play into the unknown location a lot of the times. So there's some pause in which of those where you want to play it at. Little bit of a diff here in favor of the opponent with Stardust coming down off the Scar, but that's also a tech card that doesn't really do much into Jace's deck, so it's not nearly the end of the world.
But once we see a Stardust, it does, I feel like, give you a hint that other cards that are going to be potentially messing with your plans are also to be likely. So there's, I think, a higher likelihood of a Red Guardian, or potentially we could be seeing a Cosmic Ghost Rider, or even just a Deafening Chord. So cards like that are going to potentially try to mess with your game plan, I think, are now a little bit more likely, and something Jace probably should keep in mind as going through. What are they going to do with that information? I don't know.
So the Invisible Woman coming down over here, making it more likely that they get to draw cards, looking for more of those combo pieces on Jace's side of the board. We see the opponent snap here likely being indicative of one of those potential interactive cards looking to mess up Jace's board.
Yeah, and so if they do get a Cosmic Ghost Rider down a little bit sooner, which I don't think that they could, unless is this an Erisham deck? No, it is just, they are just a 12-card deck. They shouldn't have extra energy on this turn, so at least most likely Invisible Woman first steps is safe, unless they get a lucky Deafening Chord, or even a super Adaptoid, but I feel like those are more unlikely.
Board on Thena here. I feel like if you're on Jace's side of the board, you kind of sigh in relief when you see that one happen. You'd much rather have one of your payoffs get tagged rather than your engine pieces that are going to make all of your other payoffs better.
And notable thing from the opponent snapping lets Jocasta be able to be played in the back lane without having to worry about it being, again, Red Guardian, Deafening Chorded, or Cosmic Ghost Rider. So now a Prodigy, which currently has Invisible Woman first steps text, and Jocasta means we are getting at minimum 2 triggers. Yeah, so only 2 triggers for the end of turn abilities next turn, which is still very good.
Bruce Banner has looked a little bit awkward in the games that we've seen so far with Iska. In previous iterations of these end of turn decks, you'd be playing like two drops on the last turn of the game, making it so you'd have extra energy left over. But Iska making it so you're playing either Athena plus an Iska or a Havoc plus an Iska, like we're seeing here, makes it a good bit harder for him to have extra energy to pop off with.
True. And we are still going to be seeing, it's going to be a 9 power or 10 powered Havoc at the end of the day, but Shu Lao adding a lot of points there. Remote Mines, I do believe that, especially without being able to float any extra energy, this might not be looking so great for Jace. However, if Iska and Havoc were swapped in terms of locations, you win that, and so it's just a coin flip, I think, correct there?
This is one of those end game variance bits. The Havoc's going to be cranking all the way up to 13 here, so if these had ended slightly differently, Jace needed the Iska to land in the kitty lane, and unfortunately it went the opposite way here.
Yeah. Should have flipped heads when you flipped tails, but that's, I mean, that is a very classic part of Marvel Snap, and it is part of what gives the game fun, that bit of variance. Trying to figure out the correct play all the time is not possible. And Jace is still showing a very good job of understanding which plays are optimal at times, which cards are powerful to use. Even if Bruce felt a little bit awkward right there, I think this end of turn deck is still very powerful as well.
Yeah, and I think, even though this game ended up going to Jace's opponent here, it really kind of highlights the strength of this archetype. Like, we came down to a coin flip at the end of it for Jace to be able to take it, and he got interacted with very heavily, right? Like, they lost Athena, and they lost one of their copies of Invisible in first steps to a Cosmic Ghost Rider as well.
Yeah. Opponent not stoked that, I think is this third round of Gold Conquest? Is that where we currently are?
Yeah, we are playing for an infinite ticket.
Yeah, opponent upset that Jace is playing it 2-10. I feel like this is one of the few Gold Conquest later rounds is one of the places where I don't mind sweating it out, as it feels like you're about to feels like a lot more stuff's about to matter here, I think, typically.
Jace is excellent at following directions. I told him to sweat like he has never sweat before going into these matches that we're covering today, so I appreciate him delivering for us.
Let's go. The absolute sweat is off the charts. The buckets are unreal. How many different tech cards are we going to see from the opponent here is my current question.
So, interesting set of locations here. I don't think either of these decks are typically able to play into the Sanctum Sanctorum. With the Asterisk here, a Hydra Bob with Jace's Snap could still maybe jump him into there.
Mm-hmm. And that's a good way to... And I'm going to imagine that was intentional from Jace, in that is being held. That Snap is being held in order to potentially move that Hydra Bob over into that location, as we do draw the aforementioned Robert.
Okay, and now we're gonna see. Yeah, I'll be curious to see where Jace wants to play things out here, because if we set it up where we fill the other lane, we can then snap and guarantee the Bob jumps into the Sanctum.
Yeah, and I like the hold in particular on the extra energy, where you could play 2 cards this turn, could try to play out Athena and maybe even a Robert. However, the extra energy holding does mean that Bruce is potentially more likely to trigger on this turn, as you're probably going to get Cosmic Ghost Ridered in the middle if I were to have a hazard a guess at what the opponent was going to do next turn.
Hospice is such an interesting location, because there's so many decks that just want to give their cards as many bonuses as possible. So it really ends up with cards on both sides of the board for most players scaling up to massive amounts.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is also interesting because Hydra Bob isn't guaranteed to go to the right lane. And a Snap, you would like to play 2 cards here and move Hydra Bob, but the lack of a guarantee makes this turn a little bit awkward, I think, for Jace, as potentially you're not getting an extra trigger on Thena next turn.
I think Jace actually made a small mistake on the previous turn of the game. I think he was supposed to not play Joecast on 4 and just pass, so he could go 2 cards on 5, Thena Havoc, and then Hydra Bob plus something else in the middle on 6, and then snap to jump Bob into the Sanctum then.
That's okay. I don't know if you want to snap on turn 6, because that's typically when you would want to Joecast Invisible Woman, and then that Invisible Woman becomes a lot worse. But I do think that the mistake was not filling up that location in order to guarantee the Bob in one of the lanes.
Yeah, and we see taking the 50-50 flip on the Hydra Bob jumping to one of the sides, and notably not playing the Havoc out because I imagine Jace really wants to play Havoc plus Iska on the last turn, ideally.
Bruce
All
Banner
right.
has really been going to therapy, and I appreciate that he's been able to keep control of his emotions during these rough times.
Yeah, this is how my Bruce Banners always work out. I look for any excuse to cut that man from my Marvel Snap decks, personally.
There you go. Is there a world in which you like being able to play Prodigy in the right lane with Havoc left instead here, in order to guarantee that even if they Cosmic Ghost Rider you, you're not going to be in a bad spot?
Well, does
I don't know
Cosmic
if that's
Ghost
correct,
Rider?
but I think it's
Does
interesting
Cosmic
way to
Ghost
go.
Rider really matter here with the Hydra Bob on the left or on the right and the Iska on the left? I think Jace is probably pretty well good to go here.
That's fair. Let's see. Okay, the Cosmic Ghost Rider is a 18 powered card. You've got a lot of points
Oh,
over
the
here.
Iska's only triggering once. Yeah.
Yeah. If you get the extra trigger on Prodigy, that's not going to be enough there, unfortunately.
No, yeah, I think you're right actually, because if the Havoc would have been 7 on the left, which is slightly less than what Iska is, and then you would have had 2 33%ers to win the center there.
Yeah, even with Hydra Robert, absolutely crushing it in terms of that carry right there at the end, was not quite enough in order to take it home.
If you want to play, Jace, I don't know if you're listening in between. If you want to play the Batroc move deck, I think we're probably going to see some of that.
Oh yeah, that there's been a couple of cards that I think people have talked about being very strong. At least in terms of people who are hit
that one's
Infinite
great.
more often. Yeah. Again, it's this combination of just being able to put Shu Lao and Maverick inside of just a few different decks, where it's like, I understand you're playing 2 cards a turn, but only needing 2 cards inside of your deck that you have to add in order to get a very big payoff is the question of, or at least for me, is this?
Oh, actually,
is it too
Twitchers, I'm gonna
easy
run
or
an
too
ad roll
free?
real quick here. Apologies.
It sucks for Twitch.
It sucks for
Could you
Twitch,
imagine
yep.
not subscribing with
Yep.
Prime right now?
All right. Oh, Jace is listening. He paused. Cool. Yeah, give us a second, Jace. Thank you. Yay, Q times. Apologies, gamers. We were locked in and loaded, and their pre-rolls accidentally got turned on. I don't want people coming into the stream for the first time to get those. Appreciate people hanging out. If you're one of the regulars or someone new wondering what we're doing, Not My Dance is joining me on communications, and Hoaglandia regular Jace is sharing their screen for us, so we're practicing doing some commentary over the top so we can nail the Golden Gauntlet stuff tomorrow. Should be fun. There's going to be a separate round of drops. Drops are ending in a little over an hour at the rollover for this drop cycle. Hopefully you're close and you get them finished here. And then if you want a cable variant and some boosters, you can get those with what's it called tomorrow at the Golden Gauntlet. Exclusive only on the Twitch Marvel Zap channel.
Oh, you know what I can do? This is a fun timing bit. Here, let's just click that button. There you go.
Oh, look at this shill. Look at
Absolute
that.
chill.
Absolute. It's great to be casting with one of my favorite shills.
There you go.
All right, let's
So
keep that.
my question is, am I allowed to can I remove someone from Beverly Shills instead of entering there myself? with the
Kick
Shillionaire?
someone out. Absolutely not. Come on, they have a Shillionaire's
it.
club.
Oh, okay. Ooh, all right. What's the split? Is it great?
Ugh.
Oh, it's never been good.
It's never once.
Just be better at Marvel Snap.
Jace is a better content creator than me. I'd sit there and just talk, and he's splitting cards for us. Look at the man go. Look at him go.
Could never talk. It's fine. What's this split?
I mean, it can't possibly be worse than the one before it, right?
Oh no, he said it can't be worse. It's actually guaranteed to be worse now. That's the worst part about it.
Well, I mean, that's like marginally better. You know,
Copper
Bronze
Metallic's
is
better.
a poor
I
man's
hate
gold.
the Rainbow Confetti. I think the Rainbow Confetti is one of my least favorite effects, I think, currently in the game. Obviously, that's all due to character mastery and not due to the fact that bad splits are just an inherent part of Marvel Snap.
All right, Jace, we're ready to go whenever you are. Appreciate you.
Absolutely goated of Jace to also just be not only entertaining in terms of amazing splits, doing this gameplay for us. So, yes, thank you very much, Jace.
The Xiao move. This should be a fun one because all the cards can go everywhere at any point in the game.
So, what did you think of that point where I was trying to raise earlier, where it is it's a very easy inclusion for a couple of cards in order to basically put a Shu Lao quote unquote, I'm gonna say package inside of a lot of different decks with it feels like limited or minimal downside. How do you feel personally about that?
There's more of a deck building requirement than just like taking up 2 slots to put Shu Lao and Maverick inside of your deck. And a number of decks can meet that requirement, but it's not trivial to just say, okay, you have to play 2 cards at multiple points over the turn of the game, right? Because like if you're not playing 2 cards on at least 3 turns, Shu Lao is only a 5/12, and while it's a 5/12 that's like split up, like Gamora is not a card that anybody's writing home about.
True.
And like even
Yeah,
take this turn here, this opening curve here from Jace. We're gonna have a Nightcrawler, we're gonna have a Craven, and then like we have a Red Guardian, and suddenly we've not played 2 cards on any of the first 3 turns of the game.
That's fair. Oh, but Sam Wilson's kind of phenomenal here, and you've got New York on the board. This is looking good. This is a good setup for Jace here.
I'll be curious to see if we snap here. Maybe you want to wait and see if the third location is gonna break your way or not. Also, something that could be considered is like the New York, you want to wait to snap so they don't know exactly why you're snapping. The Golden Gauntlet's open deck list, yeah? So players know what they're playing into?
Yes.
Or...
Yeah, players will know what they're playing into, and we as viewers and commentators will be able to get that same information. Red Guardian, absolutely a fantastic card. Going to be completely decimating Craven here.
Yeah, and this is that, exactly that opening curve I was talking about when it comes to Shu Lao stuff. Is the Shu Lao is literally just a 5/6 here still. So Jace needs to draw a 2 or a 1 next turn in order to have a shot, and that is a copy of Mercury here for the pseudo mirror.
Yeah, that's a rough one right there. That is a fair retreat, I do think. That is absolutely, yeah, that's not what you want to see. Mercury is not a thing you want to see in the slightest. While even if we're not interacting with Twitch chat, Blink, not Maggot, absolutely being fantastic. So Captain America, Sam Wilson on turn 2 still is great, and you're saving the Nightcrawler here in order to get triggers potentially on turn 3, because you can go Sam Wilson on turn 2 into Silk Nightcrawler turn 3 or Silk Batroc on turn 3. Yeah, this is looking really good for Jace. However, opponent is running Mercury. And Hydra Bob as well is another interesting contender for a move style of card. We are seeing again Sam Wilson entering the playing field. This is going to be I am concerned about what the Mercury is going to do, but we know that they have it, and that's about all we can hope for in terms of right now. I think Rocket Pad's going to be pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a little bit of an uphill climb for Jace. It's one of those ones where you kind of can't snap too aggressively, but also if you get a chance to take a risk and it looks like it's going to be a close game for you, you want to get as many cubes in as possible, because the worse a matchup is for you, the bigger risks you want to be taking in a format like Conquest.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of nuanced opinions and decisions you have to make inside of each and every one of these games, which is honestly one of the really cool parts about Marvel Snap. The fact that you do get to make all these decisions, the fact that you do have to think through all this stuff, and all of it matters. It's really fun.
On Jace's side of the board, you breathe a huge sigh of relief when that Cosmo flips up as the 3 energy interactive card of choice. You did not get Mercury out of it, and now you have priority here being 14 to 12, so you're going to get to move your Batroc and Silk at least one more time before they get locked down.
True, and you get to be able to throw down the Hydra Stomper here in addition. It's... What do you think the logic is behind playing Craven on this turn rather than going for Hydra Stomper and Nightcrawler instead?
So Craven is a card that needs to get down early to get scaling up. You need to be swinging things actively into his path slowly over the course of the game, whereas Hydra Stomper is a card that's going to be worth that big stat line at the very end, regardless of when you slam it to the board. And we see here that payoff happening, that Craven getting 2 points as the Silk swings in that otherwise wouldn't have happened.
That's very fair. With the Nightcrawler move, which was going to move first, we were going to be able to see that was going to be the card that would follow Batroc here. Unless, actually, is Batroc going to keep following Sam Wilson's shield?
It would have depended on the sequencing there from Jace. So Batroc's going to try and follow whichever card you actually move first. So if Jace were to move the shield and then move Nightcrawler, Batroc would follow the shield since it was moved first. However, the opponent also had a Sam Wilson, and they had priority, so they ultimately could control where the Batroc was going to end up at.
Got it. I will. I mentioned earlier how I was very happy to see, Kitty Pryde getting played just in general more often. One of the other cards that is in this deck that I forgot about until obviously Jace just drew it is again Kate Bishop, who is just another really fantastic card. Gives you fun tools, and once again works really well with Shu Lao, and has the movement ability in one of the arrows, which lets her work out.
I really like the snap here on Jace's side of the board. And the reason for this is a Shu Lao hand for Jace, which is going to be one of his stronger draws into someone leveraging Mercury as a tech card. The ability to scale their points up in a big way, even if they can't move their cards around, is going to be a big deal.
Is very powerful. I love it. The opponent choosing to move Sam Wilson's shield just away from Sam Wilson as a whole is very interesting. Now, Sam Wilson is his shield is no longer moving, at least in the right lane. However, Batroc will still follow the opponent's Sam Wilson's shield, if I've said everything correctly.
Potentially, so long as Mercury's not in the same lane with it, right? And keep in mind that Mercury is extra tricky and can also move herself around as well.
She does like to be tricky like that. We'll see how it goes for Jace here. You do have Cosmo. You're going to get a couple arrows here as well, and you're going to get Kitty Pryde returning to your hand, whereas the God of Thunder is most likely going to be sitting on the bench, as unfortunately he was not actually invited to this deck list. He just showed up in the hub.
So we've had 2 cards played out on 2 different turns so far for Jace's side, meaning that Shu Lao is giving +6. I assume they're going to want to finish on that on the last turn of the game, so it could be looking at as much as 18 points coming out of the Shu Lao before things are done here today.
Yep, and Hydra Robert is going to be solid over in the right lane. You do also you get your Hydra Stomper here as well. Shu Lao, like you mentioned, is currently only a +6, but you can throw down potentially a Stomper basic arrow. You've got a couple arrows in the Stomper you can throw down this turn into even a Kitty Pryde Shu Lao next turn. Can turn Shu Lao again into a potentially 518 in terms of total power. However, the opponent also, we did see previously, has a Cosmo, and if they try to snipe that card on the final Shu Lao on the final turn, that's another thing to be concerned about.
Yeah,
but
big that priority aspect here, really big deal on Jace's side of the board. Want to be thinking about, okay, how can I try and make sure that I am winning 2 out of the 3 locations so my Shu Lao can happen without getting caught by a disruptive element on the opponent's side. We see Jace going back and forth on his own Cosmo here, and I like not playing it out because 1, you don't have priority, you're not catching anything on Andre's side anyways, and 2, you don't want to lock a lane out yourself with a Cosmo.
I like that logic. And Cosmo, both of the dogs going to the middle right now, doing well for both Cravens. Silk going to allow also Batroc to jump middle, helping again both Cravens. Pimare over in the right lane into a Thor middle. Oh, wait, never. Oh, I missed that. That got swapped. And Thor is, going to be a nice little God of Thunder at 7 points of power. Nothing to sneeze at. Nothing fantastic either, but definitely not atrocious.
Wow, these Silk and Hydra Bob flips just breaking absolutely perfectly for Jace here, making it so that Hydra Bob jumps into the center and is losing it so long as Jace can maneuver this in a way to guarantee that his Batroc doesn't leave.
True. Now, Jace does have priority right now, which gives you the question, right? As the opponent's obviously playing Mercury, do you try to play around a cannonball? And if so, are you flipping heads or tails if the opponent's going for a cannonball? Are you trying to hope you put points in the left or the right lane here if you were Jace?
I like the kind of even spread that we're going to have here on Jace's side, especially if you think the Batroc's staying in the center. You only need to be winning 1 of the 2 of them. I guess the Mercury sliding left pulls the Batroc out, though, which makes things tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Thor's currently the last card played, though, so Jace is debating whether or not we want to Shu Lao boost the Thor, so you're still winning the center through Batroc leaving.
That's an interesting play. You're adding 12 points power to the mid. That is a good. That does win the mid. Is that going to be? Is it overcommitting though? I don't know. We'll find out.
No, I like this because I think this is clean. I think Andre was planning to win the center by moving the Batroc out, and then they're hoping that Cannonball is enough to clean up the right here. But Jace's very heads up with the Shulao into the Thor means that they've got that unlock.
I've decided as well that I do now like this play. I'd like that on the record.
never doubted it for a minute there. And I really like
I've never once doubted.
I really like Jace's leverage of the snapping mechanic in this game, in particular the early snap when he identified, oh, I have a Shulao draw against a deck playing Mercury that my movement draws are going to be bad into. I want to try and get my opponent committed when my draw is ideal into their disruption.
And I think the snapping is one of the things that we are going to see that is the most important, I feel like. Like the deck, you can bring a good deck, you can be a good player, but the game is called Marvel Snap. You need to effectively leverage your snaps. You need to be able to effectively leverage those situations in which maybe it's a better play for you and against a deck that is going to be typically a harder matchup. So you really need to take those snaps, use them powerfully, and force your opponent out of the game, bully them potentially out entirely.
Yeah, and I think that's something that less experienced Marvel Snap players tend to really struggle with, is understanding that the snap mechanic isn't just about I'm snapping when my deck does a particular thing. It's I'm snapping when my deck's particular thing is good in relation to what I'm currently playing against and what's going on the board.
See, now, Jeff's an amazing caster. He's casted before. That wasn't a question. However, I'm glad he's finally being able to be put to the test here, as we're going to be seeing some real skill gaming from the opponent here, playing a very difficult deck to play with a lot of different variances, a lot of different types of decision matrices. I'm excited to see finally some good gameplay in Marvel Snap. How about you?
I mean, I just for clarity's sake, it would be looked down upon on the Golden Gauntlet stream if I were to say something like just out probably had crayons for lunch today. Yes, that would be something to avoid.
I think that's probably something you want to avoid during the official stream. Yes, I think that is a fair statement. However, if it's your own stream, then who cares?
All right, so we see Jace here trying to figure out exactly how many stats are they interested in getting out of this Krakoa. The Brooklyn Bridge kind of complicates things a little bit because you can only play cards into there at a certain pace. They got to decide, typically speaking, you don't want to play anything into Brooklyn Bridge on turn 5 because you want flexibility to play there on 6, which makes this turn 3 play a little bit awkward in a way because you can't play on 4 and then you don't want to play on 5. So if you play to Brooklyn Bridge on 3, you're realistically not playing to it again until the very last turn of the game.
Yeah, and I do like the play very specifically of keeping the Pym arrow in hand in order to hopefully let you trigger or play 2 cards on this coming turn and trying to keep Shu Lao as a viable option. However, without playing a 3 cost on this turn, I think it becomes a little bit questionable if that's actually worthwhile then.
Yeah, and we see Jace going back and forth here. You have so many different things you need to min-max on Jace's side of the board. You're like, okay, am I trying to get the most value out of Krakoa? Am I trying to min-max my Shu Lao? Am I trying to be really energy efficient? And Jace ultimately going with energy efficiency while min-maxing Shu Lao here, playing the 3 plus a 1 because the Silk being a 2 enables him to play a 3 plus a 2 on the next turn, keeping that Shu Lao value train going down the line.
And now something I can't say tomorrow would be that 3 plus 1 would have been too difficult for Just Shout to try to do in terms of math, correct? I can't say that tomorrow.
I think that would be frowned upon on the official cast, yes.
Okay, understood. Just wanted to verify that.
Notable
I like the Maverick here.
sequencing / positioning element here from Jace. Very common interactive bit in the metagame, and especially in Aeroshim, is Cosmic Ghost Rider. So we're seeing that Maverick get very carefully positioned in the back row here, so that way it's far less likely to get disrupted should Shu Lao come off the top.
Now, I don't know if this was part of Jace's plan, but another thing I want to highlight here that I actually really like is very specifically playing both cards middle, because sometimes Aeroshim does like to run Legion, and a Legion onto Brooklyn Bridge, if you play into multiple lanes, would have locked you out of all of those lanes on the final turn. So playing both cards middle meant that Jace was still going to be safe on the off chance they got that or they had that. We don't know because, it's Aeroshim, but still.
Yep, we see Jace reaching for the button in the bottom left. I think that's absolutely what you want to be here, with no early Batroc or Silk to scale up the Hydra Stomper, and then no Shu Lao at the end. Jace's draw is just really lacking big points to get across the finish line here.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I like this style of deck. I think that Shu Lao is a very fun card, and I like the move package with it as well. This is I think it is just an enjoyable deck to play, to watch, as it also lets you feel like your brain is wrinkling more and more as you're going through these turns and trying to figure out what the optimal play line is each and every time.
So you see Batroc on the opener here. Obviously, a draw step could change it, but I would wager that Kate Bishop's going to come down on 2, setting us up for a 2+1 on turn 3 to get that Shulao train rolling.
A bunch of squirrels. They run the world, is what I was told. But I don't think I can make that joke tomorrow either. Anyway, Kate Bishop is going to go over to the left lane at Tarnax 4, which does transform her. As she is a character, she will get transformed into another character of the same cost. That is a different 2-cost card. There's some good ones. There are some bad ones. And multiple mana is a completely fine one.
Okay, and with the squirrels on the board are a little bit awkward for Jace's movement deck, but Acid Arrow improves them a little bit here. I would be kind of surprised if our Arishem player fills the center this turn, meaning Acid Arrow has a real shot to grab it in.
I'm also concerned, again, I'm going to mention the Legion as a card that I think Arishem players like to run. I'm very concerned about a Legion over at the Altar of Death and worried about, all right, how can you make sure you get enough points before that opportunity might occur? And maybe that's not a realistic opportunity, but I think that's something I'm worried about. I don't know if Jace is worried about that, but that's something I'm thinking about here.
I like the snap here before we send the Acid Arrow across. This is one of those things where when you're leveraging the snap mechanic, you really need to try and raise the stakes before your good play is shown to your opponent and not afterwards. Obviously, there's a little bit of risk here. If Just Out plays 2 cards in the center, you get blown out, but a lot of the times I don't think they're going to do that, and wowee. Okay, so some things broke our way here and some things didn't.
All right, well, Kitty Pryde is probably not going to be getting a lot of points of power this game. Now, you tell me how bad of an idea this is. I want Jace to go Grapple Arrow right into Cosmo right.
Grapple Arrow right.
Or Cosmo mid, sorry.
Into Cosmo mid. I think you want your Cosmo inside of Central Park. I think you're probably want to keep your Maverick protected if you're going to move into that line, and there could be random like destroy cards or miseries or things that could kind of deal with that Acid Arrow in the center.
That's fair. And you know what? I've decided you were correct completely of my own accord. Electra's a really fun card. Electra's a card who I think has had, definitely she's had times in the sun. She's also had some moments in which she's, I feel like, been worse. And she is a really cool card that I've been happy to see more of in Marvel Snap, which it's great that we're getting more cheap like 1-cost cards that are good at enabling other interesting options.
Really phenomenal draw here from Jace. We hit the Shulao to pair with this Maverick. We've had a lot of good 2-card turns, and the Altar of Death making it nice and clean, so we're going to be able to Shulao plus Hydra Stomper at the same time on that last turn of the game.
Dakin going over to the left lane. The Muramasa Shard is going to be fun, but that won't actually matter. Cassandra Nova over at Tarnax going to just take 4 points power away from the rest of the deck. Reality Stone, the Altar of Death is no more. We now have Elysium, which is very interesting. So not only do we have more cards to play, everything's also cheaper.
It's a pretty spicy last turn. I think I'd still rather be on Jace's side of the board. You got the Shulao pump up the Maverick, you got the Maverick pumping up the Hydro Stomper, and even into the Tarnax getting a 5-cost thing is going to be pretty reasonable a lot of the time.
Yeah, and that's going to be a 14-point Maverick putting into Hydro Stomper. How many points? 17 points, 18 points onto Hydro Stomper. I can't count. I don't need to. And Weapon X buffing up an Alioth, a Fart Cloud, taking a little bit of hit there. 8 cubers off of the Crayon Eater. Sorry, I mean for tomorrow. 8 cubes off of the very skilled player.
Pretty happy to always get those 8 cubes out of the way early against Arishem. Their deck's output range is literally all of it, so pretty great to be able to not have to deal with any more, and deal with that as little as possible and have lots of chances to work through the variants.
Yeah, and that's one of the best parts truly about Marvel Snap are the variants, are the stuff that it is going to be, every single game's going to be different. You get to change your gameplay, you get to change your style up, and I think the locations are a big part of that, and is what makes the game, I think, so much fun for me personally.
Yep, we see. Just going to bail on the 8-cube grinder here. All right, Jason Dance, what do you say we do one more?
There you go. I'm down.
That sound good? We got time for one more, gentlemen?
I think we do. Swap up the deck one more time. Some very skillful deck here, Jace. I believe in you.
Give me something spicy.
Oh,
Whatever you want. Dealer's choice.
Okay. Bounce is interesting. Not certain if that's actually what you're doing.
If you're
What do you
just
like out
joining
of
us,
the
Not
names
by
of these
Dance
decks?
is my casting partner in crime. We are going to be broadcasting the official Golden Gauntlet tournament tomorrow. In the center leg, they'll have 3 pairs of commentators. We'll be smack dab in the middle of it. Looking forward to doing
I
that.
think you can't say
Bounce, big
center leg
bounce.
in the stream tomorrow.
Chat is very interested to find out what Jace's balls are based on this decklist name.
I would prefer no context when you say that, though. Thank you. It's good stuff. I'm glad that we can at least mess with this and try to figure out what's working, what's not. Because at least like an hour or something like that to practice is, I think, good. Stream,
Yes.
obviously.
Queued up with
in here.
bounce. First location, space throne.
Silver Sable, and this is another deck that runs Shu Lao, and I feel like you typically want to wait for the Silver Sable until
Yep.
turn 2, at least, so you can play 2 cards.
Yeah, we saw that small pause there from Jace. If they would have had a third 1-drop in hand, they likely play the Silver Sable on 1, but because they didn't have it guaranteed, they really want to play 2 cards starting on the second turn of the game, so they held out. Silver Sable getting no points. You lose. Good day, ma'am. And that means there is a skill on top of the deck for Mercworm here. Top decking the 1-drop, though, does let them keep the 2 cards per turn Shane rolling.
Yep. And most likely seeing the opponents running a chamber that gives a good hint that there probably was going to be a Majestic Wingbeat as the top card of the deck, which Jace did also play on turn 1, giving Toxin additional 2 points power.
Yeah, we see that Electro coming here, likely a Dragon Lord ramp style deck. I agree. Wingbeat, look at that. It was just on Savant mode this afternoon.
An interesting thing to note is that some of those Electro decks have been playing Galactus as an additional out. And if I'm Jace, I am worried about a random Galactus potentially making you kneel when you're not quite wanting to do that yet.
We see Iceman here really kind of getting to play. It might sound counterintuitive, but Iceman actually tends to really shine against these ramp decks because they have so few cards that they can play that have lower cost that hitting something like the Dragon Lord can often be the best play they were going to have on this 4th turn.
I like the Blink swapping out Electro, giving you a Red Hulk. Those decks also do typically like to run a War Machine, which is another way they could try to sneak into the Space Throne, even with a Legion. However, that's not going to be the most likely here, as this is turn 5. Iceman and Silver Sable and Beast all at Atlantis, though, does add an additional 10 points. But, whew, thank God they didn't kneel.
Unfortunately for the bounce enjoyers in the audience, I do think this matchup is quite challenging for Jace's side of the board. You really need to land your disruptive elements and keep them off tempo, because as we can see here, the numbers that this deck is going to be putting up from Mercworm are just absolutely massive.
And final turn play, the Mercworm gets to play a lot of points here. God, it's... You have the problem right now currently is the fact that you've got the Great Web who's going to continue pulling cards for you. You could still be made to kneel, and kneeling in either of the side lanes is difficult. This is a rough setup for Jace, I think, in the way that you said that this is a great deck that if they can just be left to do their own thing, they're going to most likely be winning a lot of the time.
I actually kind of like Jace's position in this game. Beast was our last played card, and Mercworm's big cards are, like, their biggest ones are likely already in play. So we could see Shu Lao into the Space Throne here, make the Beast really large, and then play your other 2 cards that are free in the center, making it so Great Web's not going to move anything, and then just hope that your Beast outscales whatever they do in Atlantis or whatever they do in Space Throne with the 6-pointer.
That's an interesting way. That would be fun. I think that could definitely work out. I like it.
And
I believe.
And this is one of those instances where, like, I think because this matchup is bad for Jace, like, taking a risk in a spot like this is probably reasonable. Essentially, the worse you think or less favored you think you are in a matchup, the more risks you should be willing to take in it.
And that also goes into the snapping and where you need to be retreating. And that's Dragon Lord over at Atlantis, has to be over there, hitting the Majestic Wing Beat, potentially the worst hit there. This might be, I think you might be entirely right. I was concerned, but thanks to the planning there, which also no targets to the Iceman is interesting. That's a win for Jace against a very powerful deck, a deck that I personally would be scared against, but apparently never need to doubt.
This is one of those things that makes Conquest very different than playing matches on the ladder. If you're playing this matchup from Jace's side of the board on the ladder, you're incredibly unfavored in the spot, and you're supposed to just leave for the 2 cubes that are committed and go to your next match. However, in Conquest, there's no moving on. You're locked in a room with your opponent, and no one's leaving until there are 0 cubes left on one side. And when your matchup is bad and you're locked in the room with them, you need to take more risks to give yourself the best chance to come out ahead.
I like what we have going
the
on
snap
here.
here from Jace. That Iceman draw is just one of his best tools to try and slow Mercworm down, and it comes off the top and instantly let's get more cubes in the tank.
You've got Iceman. America Chava is going to be potentially powerful. You've got Falcon. Honestly, this is good. I like this setup right now. You got a lot of ways you can put points down. Hitting Iceman twice onto cards is a big deal. So that chamber all of a sudden becoming a 4 cost, no longer as viable, if not at all.
Yeah, and something else to come in too is like there's so many 6s in decks like Mercworms. There's a good chance that there's only one target in an instance like this where you're going to be able to hit that same thing multiple times.
So you could potentially, if you're Jace here, you could potentially try to fill out the entire board and play a lot. Like you could have played, I think, the Majestic Wing Beat, Toxin, and Falcon in order to bounce a lot of stuff continually. Or you put down the big points of the Sasquatch over in the right lane, which is also a fair thing. Considering that Strange Academy is moving your points across the board randomly, what do you like here, Jeff?
Kiln is such a bad location for Jace's deck, or more specifically, it's a good location for Mercworm's deck. Just like the existence of War Machine means that Jace, there's an asymmetry in how Kiln's able to be contested. Basically, Jace has to commit this turn, whereas Mercworm's going to be able to contest further the longer the game goes.
Yeah, and wait, was that a snap from? That was a snap from Jace.
That was a snap from Mercworm here. Jace had snapped earlier when they drew the Iceman.
Okay, let's see this. Falcon hitting Ice Cube, bringing all those cards back to hand, and just giving an additional 4 points of power onto Toxin. If Toxin did cost, at least 3 more base, that could have been a -2 cost. But the War Machine is terrifying.
Yep, and there's that War Machine. Like I said, it gives us that asymmetry in that location on the right. It means that Jace, it means that Mercworm doesn't have to commit their points there early. You can instead wait and see what Jace does and then react after the fact.
Yeah, this is scary, but I think this is the best play that Jace can currently go for.
Yeah, I like this. Playing 5 cards out here means the Sasquatch costs only 1, meaning that if a Shulao comes off the top for Jace, oh my goodness, and the Wing Beat's on top of the deck again. Poor Sable.
Wow, truly the most rigged of matchmaking. Sorry, I can't say that tomorrow.
All right, so we go ahead and we see the Strange Academy dole the cards out here. Kind of worst possible case scenario, like 2 cards but not 3 in the murder world, meaning that the Ice Cube doesn't break. Nico Benaru with a demon mode.
I thought Nico was on the 2x mode for a second. I got actually really stoked. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think unfortunately we're cooked here.
This is a pretty rough moment for Jace. Honestly, if you're playing it optimally, if you want to sweat this out, this is a retreat in order to set this up rather than losing 6 cubes, I feel like.
Yeah. There's a Red Hulk there. There's no chance they're playing it in the right location. There's the Majestic Wing Beat for the Rubs that took your Silver Sable and made her nothing.
Quite unfortunate there. But if you in a world where Nico had the 2x mode, this was fantastic.
Yes, actually, Nico had a permutation there in order to get through it. Or if Shulao had come off the top. Shulao off the top would have been 12 points and would have also allowed Jace to win the left. So Mercworm staying there, they were far from guaranteed to win.
Yeah, that's fair. There's a lot of really interesting permutations. I like that stuff. Red Hulk obviously still in the opponent's hand, drawing it quite well. Nico has the copy mode currently, but is swapping to the 2x mode now, and that's not. And I don't think that's that bad for you. However, Iceman is just better the sooner you can play it in order to try to disrupt your opponents quickly. And America Chavez does put 3 points on top of your deck.
And we see again just that instant snap from Jace as soon as the Iceman comes off the top. It is just their singular best card in this matchup. Tagging Luna Snow here is freaking huge. If they don't have exactly Electro, their turn 3 is likely going to be doing a whole lot of nothing now.
Yeah, if I'm Jace here, you need to get rid of that Nexus ASAP because that Nexus is too much variance in terms of, again, location control or whatever that your opponent might be running. You just want to get rid of that ASAP. I like that. Even with the Nidavellir, that's still much better for you.
Oh yeah, Nidavellir is an incredibly favorable location for Jace's sideboard. In fact, you're kind of hoping for a second Nidavellir on the left here. Stark Tower, not the end of the world. Toxin, phenomenal top deck here.
Notably that Jace is only playing one card this turn, so Shu Lao is not going to be able to dole out an additional 3 points of power, but that's not to say that Jace is in a poor spot. It's just to keep that in mind.
Yep, the kind of slow start. Again, Iceman, kind of the hero of this story, stopping Murkworm from being able to play their 3 energy accelerant on the third turn of the game, just puts Murkworm an entire turn behind for the rest of the game.
Very true. Luna Snow getting played on turn 4 instead of turn 3, thanks to Iceman's carry. And Nico Minoru actually with that Destroy to draw 2 is interesting. Do you want that on a card?
No, I think you're definitely just looking to set up here. You're definitely just looking to set up playing out your Sasquatch this turn so that way you can finish on Shu Lao plus some other cards next turn.
That's fair. I like that.
Bounce, one of those decks that doesn't play acceleration of its own, but is often very energy hungry and is able to make really good use of this Ice Cube.
And if you remember when Bounce used to play Wiccan, this is your reminder that you probably need to stand up and stretch your legs, crack your back, and, I don't know, drink your prune juice. Electro going to a 4 cost. Not going to make as big of a difference right there, but Sasquatch going to 14 points of power in the left lane, and Murkworm going to have 21 mid as opposed to our Toxin with 10.
All right, that demon mode on Nico here is really awesome. Lets Jace fan out and play pretty cleanly for all 3 lanes. I'd imagine we go like Nico right. Oh, I guess the card changed the dynamic a little bit. I'd probably incline to like Nico right, Sable middle, Shu Lao left to kind of play for all 3. This is good too.
That's fair. Yeah, so you're going to be adding. I wonder if do you want to swap the Nico and the Korg and put Korg mid? Do you want more points mid or right? I guess this works out as it looks like the opponent's. Yeah, this is fine. I don't know what the opponent could be doing that messes with this plan.
Yeah, usually things like Doctor Doom that play for all 3 are pretty rare in the opponent's archetype. So long as you put yourself into a winning spot, they're just going to make one play, in this case, Foom, and then they're going to lose the other 2. And suddenly, Jace getting ahead in a matchup that's bad for them because their disruption is landing and they're snapping accordingly into it.
Yep. The opponent is a fan of the Fing and the Fanging Fooming.
So really interesting to note here. This is one of those things that's different about Conquest versus regular Marvel Snap is Jace and Murkworm both have a free retreat this turn as we head on into the high stakes rounds. So starting in round 5, you always play for 2 cubes, even if you only have 1 left. So if Jace leaves and goes down to 3, he has 2 shots at 2 cubes. And if Murkworm leaves and goes down to 1, they have 1 shot, or they have 1 shot at 2 cubes still, just like right now.
This is fantastic right now with the Shuri's Lab over in the right lane, being able to move cards potentially over to the right, and then just going to continually doubling the amount of points of those. Yeah, if I'm Jace, I'm pretty stoked right about now, I think.
Yeah, and I think he's debating pressing the button here, and now Murkworm has to decide: is this their hurrah? Are they going to win this one and the next one, or are they going to leave this one and win the next 2? Either way, they have to win 2 in a row, but they get to pick: is it this one plus 1 or the 2 following?
Yep. And Beast is going to be stuck in that middle lane, which is a notable exclusion if they're going to be bouncing their cards right, which I feel like that's the correct call, but we'll see.
Wow.
Unless Nico gets like a copy.
Look at the way this lines up here too. We're going to be able to play the Toxin out with these other cards and Majestic Wing beat the Shulao. The location reroll on Nico, definitely a little bit of a low roll here. We're going to force them to... Oh, actually, they don't have to reroll their Shuri's Lab. We can see Sable into Nico in Shuri's Lab and then reroll the Majestic Wing beat, but it looks like they're going to get rid of it.
I feel like, yeah, I feel like if I'm Jace here, I'd rather re-roll Lemuria if I had the option, because because Pit of Exile is going to be very helpful for you, as they are obviously playing a lot of very big cards. You want the Shuri's Lab to stay.
Yeah, interesting.
But...
I think he's missed the line.
Yeah.
I think he wants to bounce but doesn't want to re-roll the location, and kind of missed that the Wing beat could kind of fix it up in the middle for him.
Potentially so. I'll imagine that Jace has a secret plan that we don't know about and meant to do it as such. Silver Sable would never hit a Wing beat, and Lemuria turning into the Isle of Silence, giving Toxin an additional few points of power. You also still have Falcon, notably, in order to bounce those cards on the final turn.
Yeah, and this is why missing the extra points on the Shuri's Lab's a big deal, because kind of like what you missed has snowballed, right? Like this Silver Sable could have been a 6, and then it would be going to a 12, and instead it's an 8 going to a 10.
Yeah. Is it worthwhile to turn Sasquatch into a demon here in order to make it in order to be able to pull it back to hand?
No,
probably not, actually. No, I'm gonna say
I
never
don't
mind.
think so, because you want us to. We're spending all 5 energy here, and the way this lines up is actually really clean now, because with the Shulao getting the discount from the Wing beat and only Silver Sable pulling back to hand, Jace is going to be able to go Sable, Nico, Shao on the last turn.
Notably, Silver Sable can no longer be played to the middle location. However, if the opponent does play Fin Fang Foom, they will win the right lane very cleanly just with that. But they've got a good spread of points across the entire board. And even just a Merrick Chavez Shulao left, I think just plays everywhere very cleanly.
So Silver Sable here, assuming no Wing beat on top of the deck, is actually taking Jace to a very clean 48 on the right, which would be beating that 20, that 47 all on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no Fin Fang Foom energy no, they do have Fin Fang Foom energy because the Electro got wiped away, yeah?
Mm-hmm. And just a Dragon Lord over in the left. Interesting they went for a Dragon Lord rather than playing the Fin Fang Foom. They want the extra points potentially from it. But there's not a way they could be able to put more points onto the board. We didn't even get an Iceman clogging up their hand. That did not matter, as Mercworm, as Fin Fang Foom, Galactus First Steps, has taken the L to Sasquatch, Beast, and Shu Lao.
Yeah, really excellent navigation and use of the snap mechanic here. Very clear that Jace understood their position in the matchup and which cards really mattered just every time that Iceman came off the top, and it was a disruptive element that allowed them to kind of get ahead to matchup they otherwise likely weren't favored in.
Yeah, it's a lot of these games I think are going to come down to that, where it is the knowledge people have of the matchup, knowledge people have of Marvel Snap, whether that be the specific games, specific decks that people might be running, or whatever that might be. I like what Jace did. That felt very powerful, very strong, and was a good way to wrap up our little practice casting session, as it were.
Jace, thank you for your time. You were excellent, playing a bunch of good decks. Fun that you ended on bounce. Good job slogging through there. Dance, I will chat with you tomorrow. Appreciate your time as well.
Of course.
Good
Thank
back
you for
and forth.
allowing me to invade your stream.
Excellent. Gamers, if you're not following Not My Dance, you can give them, it's /shout out. You can give them a follow by clicking the heart above the stream. They're a longtime Hooglandian regular. They submit lots of fun viewer decks here, and they also play plenty of fun decks themselves. Be sure to check them out if you're looking for more excellent Marvel Snap content. All right. I have, speaking of viewer decks, I have 2 of those in the queue. We have a build around and then a specific one. It is 20 after 12 though, and I am very hungry, chat. So we're gonna tap an ad roll that's slightly longer than normal while I run and grab my lunch. Then when we get back, we're gonna be snapping into the afternoon. Appreciate everybody here for the last leg of drops today. Don't go anywhere. Alright, I've played one game with something else before. We dump into our first viewer deck. So I can take a few bites of sandwich. A smashing bro. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate the support. I had to leave right before the casting happened and got back right after, so as far as I'm concerned, Not My Dance is still a figment of Jeff's imagination. Oh. Thanks, Smashing. Appreciate you keeping me around. I feel like 9 times out of 10, when I'm about to compliment my opponent on them having an interesting deck, I look up and then realize it's Erishim. Lot of big angry red guys. Bet they listen to a Joe Rogan podcast.
Victory.
Sorry, I was muted. It's probably just like Iceman Spider Ham. I like Fenris Wolf. Iceman for sure. Honestly, it might be Korg for the last one. Because we're a Gore deck, I want more unreveals. Do I want a second thing to reanimate? Like, do I need like an Iron Man? It could be Khonshu over Ghost Rider, yeah. Or in addition to. I like the vibe of having all 3 Ghost Riders though. How about this? We just don't bother with the stature. Let's do this. Let's do this. We play Sabin. I don't think we fill the front consistently enough. And swapping your Iron Man sounds terrible.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Nice. So just open for a 3-drop. I'm gonna do this, and then we'll Silver Samurai next turn. Because if they Black Widow me, I can give it to them on Castle Zemo. And they didn't Black Widow me, and now I don't have to worry about it. Oh, you're playing a Ronin deck against my discard deck. That's a bad beat for you, bud. Final answer. And then Blade flips over here and shrinks the Ronin. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff right there. Lovely. I love it when a plan comes together in the first game. Excellent. Excellent start to the set. Iron Man was 5, even though Khonshu was a 3. I hadn't seen that interaction before. Yeah, Khonshu sets the power to a specific power. Thanks for the 32 months. Thanks for keeping me around in this crazy-ass world, Metal Gear. Oh my goodness, Ego is so terrible for us. As you will, bud. Drive as you will. You stop that Nebula, big boy. You do it. You do it. Martini Walsh! I'm telling you, the Shillionaires always come in pairs. It's our second one today. Thanks for keeping me around. We're watching so much over the last year and more. That trickle-down economy in action. Our next Shillionaire will not only have to spend 999,658 shillings. All right, didn't Cosmic Ghost Rider Washington, D.C. Good job, Ego. I appreciate you. We avoided that natural one. Oh my goodness! He's so good at this, chat. He's so good at this. Oh baby. Oh baby. Raggy. How big are they on the right? Oh, we got the big one. Puppy. Game clearly rigged in our favor.
Victory.
Victory. All right, chat. The Dow is almost under 47,000, and a McChicken costs over $3 in many places. When will the madness stop? When will they say enough is enough? Can we prosecute pedophiles now, at least? But hey, we have 10 billion for bombs in Iran. I think 10 billion's optimistic. As well, the early reports were saying we were spending $1 billion a day. And there's no way we're out of there before the end of the year.
I'm coming for you.
I love when you come for me, Ghost Rider. It's my favorite. He's so little, chat.
All systems go.
Wait, did you say end of year? You think we're gonna be out of Iran before the end of the year? Yeah, I absolutely said end of the year. I would be shocked if we were out of Iran before the end of the year. Does nobody remember Iraq is gonna be a few short weeks? We were there for 20 years. Yeah, even the end of the year is me being optimistic. Absolutely. 1000% end of year is optimistic.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Lower, closer, slower, Grandma. Sit down. Oh man, we are cooking, people, chat.
Victory.
This deck is odd one to start. What radicalized you, McChickens? Yep.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Ice, ice, baby. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Nice ice, baby. Kill, daddy. At least we don't have many ones. It's the Ghost Rider gang. They are all here. Motorbikes, rocket ships, and woolly mammoths.
I definitely need to change my
Deadpool.
underwear.
There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Come on, give me an Iron Man or a Gore. I'll also accept a Khonshu. Fenris Wolf. That's kind of spicy in this matchup. What is a Ghost Rider Builder Out challenge? Oh, it's actually a build a Silver Samurai deck challenge. Or I think attack the opponent's hand, which with Silver Samurai as a request. Okay, so Fenris Wolf is currently bringing back Nico Minaru. I think it's just this. I don't think I want Nico on the draw too. I think that's bad for me. I think I want to say Fenris Wolf in case we hit a Moon Knight or a Silver Samurai.
What a game!
My Iceman carefully dodging all the buffs is great. They got half of them with one card, which is a little sad, but I mean this takes their null, yeah, so I should just do this. It's sad that it turns my Ghost Rider into a coin flip to get my gore, but I think that's just like a risk we have to take.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
We can't fit a restall. Yeah, but like then they don't have it. Oh, for fuck's sake, Benjamin. I am the reason we can't have nice things. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear, it's me. I am the reason. They're 50% to have null. They had 2 cards in their deck. Oof. Oof size. Large. Gore. Gore. Gore! How many 50-50s did we lose? All of them. No, they don't have null. They're guaranteed to have death. Yep. Wow, they missed him. All right. We are cooked even if we hit the what's it called. There you go. GG, put it. Can't win them all. On to the next one. Onward, upwards, backwards, forwards. The chance they weren't even on null and are playing Shulau. Does Shulau and destroy? That sounds like some nonsense. I've played a bit of both and prefer Shulau by a lot. That's wild. Well, good thing I'm not planning to spend energy on that Iron Man. Why is null bad right now? Explain it to me like I'm 5. What is happening that's explicitly making null bad? Because it's good against the 3. It's decent against the 3 best tech cards. It's never getting Red Guardian. It's never getting Deafening Corded. I don't think Destroy in general is good. I think Cosmo's play rate's kind of high. That's, I don't know that Shulau solves being bad against Cosmo. I think I want to guarantee the gore. Rather than flip a coin with this. I mean, playing more ones is probably just good deck building for Destroy in general. I don't know if that's necessarily a Shulau being good so much as just like that sounds like a classic instance of Shulau is forcing you to build your deck better type thing. As like, we saw that Magic the Gathering all the time with, what's his name? Luris. Like, alright. What if I just, like, gave you a busted card that forced you to build better decks? It's like, yep, that's pretty good. They can't fool me, right? I guess I could die to like a Shang on the left. Nintendo is suing the US government over tariffs. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of companies suing the US government over tariffs. Doesn't surprise me that Nintendo wants their pound of flesh.
I am Iron Man.
Excellent. Excellent.
Victory.
I mean, saying Shu Lao is optimal in Destroy and Destroy is losing its identity really just kind of sounds like an admission of Destroy's kind of weak and underpowered, and you could kind of make it serviceable by putting cards in it that don't belong.
Opponent snapped.
Because, like, I would believe you that Shu Lao Maverick and Destroy is the best way to play Destroy, but it's absolutely not the best way to play Shu Lao Maverick, right? So you're putting cards that ultimately don't belong there just because the rest of the deck's not very good. And I don't even know if that's a power level thing so much as it's just like, the meta game is really hostile to it. I don't think suing the US government over tariffs is remotely progressive. Big companies just want all the money that they're owed. They owe that to their shareholders. They're just chasing the shareholder dragon. Actually, do I want to do this? I don't think I do. I think I Fenris Wolf, and then we'll do this next turn to guaranteed bin the gore, yeah? Yeah, I think I can take one more deck submission today. I've got one more after this one, and then we're going to at least 3:30 or 4, so. Yes, that is 1000% accurate. The companies passed on like 85% of the cost of tariffs to their consumers, and when they get a refund check, the consumers will not. Are they going to start doing drops regularly again? I am assuming / coping / hoping that they're going to be a monthly thing again since this round was successful. They only stopped doing them because of technical difficulties. How late was I button pushing until? I think I signed off about 1:30 a.m. And then I was in bed by 2, if I recall correctly. Thanks for the biddies, RST. They get sloppy on the gore, they could get us, but otherwise in a pretty good spot. Why would they play that in a location that is losing outright already? You have to think about Aurora here. I mean, I think we're crushing Aurora, yeah. We do have to think about Aurora, but like we're way bigger than that in the middle.
Victory.
Aurora is what? Only plus 6 years. They'd be 15. So even if this only got a time stone, I'd be. I was exactly tying Aurora if I didn't hit anything bigger with this. I was getting a 1. So I'd be 7, 7, 14, 15, and they'd be at 15 as well. Right. Ongoing end of turn on reveal. I didn't count it out verbally though. Marvel Snap's such a good deck building game. We've had so many good games this week. Like we're like 50 hours into the stream this week, and I'm still having other new fun decks that people are sending in that we're building and playing. We're gonna take a pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers, for some more of this one. And I'll be sliding on to some other fun viewer submitted things today. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate the folks that are kicking off their weekend here with us in Hoaglandia. BRB, wanna run? They're gonna stand up for the backhand for this one. Yeah, thank you, RST. I got it. Probably about 90 minutes or so. We'll kick it off.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Dean! No, this is an arms race. Ice, ice, baby. Nice ice, baby. Under pressure. I think I just want to put Gore into play on 4.
Victory.
Do you need Ghost Rider for this deck? I'm gonna really need you to be more specific than that.
Oh, snap.
Yes, but also no. Specifically, first Ghost Rider, I think he's pretty, like, there kind of isn't another card that does what he does. You could play a different discard card, but, like, look at this here, right? Like, there's not another discard card in the game that does, like, what he just did there, right? Oh my goodness, chat. We've just gotten what appears to be a roadmap of sorts from Second Dinner. We're gonna finish this game, no spoilers, and then we'll review it together. Oh shit, I should have Ludus Node the right to mess with their Arnim-Zola.
I am Iron Man. You won't need this anymore.
Kachu could get us here. Kachu could whip back Fitfang Foom. Oh, I guess my big numbers are in the back. Maybe we're good.
Victory.
Having Fenris Wolf against the Hella deck feels real good. All right, should we make some sausage, chat? Live react video. Eastern fantasy art variant. Interesting. I get that for free at least. All right, let's do shop stuff. Then we're gonna record a react video. What a perfect variant for the deck we're currently playing.
Mastery.
Yep, I got the blog link. Yeah, it was never reading from Discord. That sounds awful. But like one sausage seed, please. All right, focus. Enhance. I'll be up there. I'll be up there. All right. Let's get this centered here a little bit better. All right. All right, we're gonna do one take for the old YouTube channel. We have a Marvel Snap roadmap / update of sorts that has dropped here on March 6, 2026, giving us some guidance on where we're heading for the year. And I personally can't wait to be mad about things that are talked about in here that eventually don't happen. So let's go ahead and dig on in here and see what Second Dinner has to share. Marvel Snap's foundational focus. It's 2026, and we want to share where we're headed this year. It starts with strengthening the game's foundation, like the future foundation. Our dead game has a future. Marvel Snap's core systems are overdue for some work under the hood, and this is the year we do it. Our goal is simple: build a more stable, more responsive, more efficient game with fewer crashes, fewer bugs, and more room to build a bright future full of bigger and better stuff for you to enjoy. I really can't emphasize enough how all of my interactions with Second Dinner in private, they really have a big focus on being in it for the long haul. Whenever someone tries to call Marvel Snap like a quick cash grab, it always irks me a little bit because they really are invested in this game for the long term. 2025's big pivot. If you were around last year, January, you remember the US downtime, aka the snappening. It was a turning point for us. We realized if we wanted to the great power of supporting Snap in the community for years to come, we had to take on the responsibility of publishing the game for ourselves. We got a lot of, okay, what does a publisher actually do questions. In short, the studio builds the game and the publisher helps the game succeed through marketing, distribution, customer support, and the web shop. When we stepped into this role, we had to build a lot of that for themselves. That was one of the reasons why Twitch drops are down too, by the way. Twitch drops are a form of marketing, and their previous publisher was handling some of the tech aspects of that. Taking that on was huge. We had to create brand new teams across support, marketing, and build our own web shop and more. Even with a team full of experienced people, every one of those new publisher pieces came with its own challenges, and we had to figure out what made sense for Snap. Last year was one of transition, and we didn't deliver in ways we wish we had. We fell short of both your own expectations in certain areas last year, from Kid Omega pricing and communication, website complications, overall technical performance, to list a few. They understand what their pain points are, which is the first step towards fixing things. By the end of 2025, it felt like we had our feet under us again, and we are ready to sprint into 2026. Moving forward, we want to be sure Snap remains your forever game. All right, how are we going to do that? It wasn't only publishing work. The cards are the whole game. They're the heart of Marvel Snap. Last year, we added around 100 new cards, and the goal wasn't just more cards. We wanted each one to feel like it had its own job, not just to float around as filler. And that's great. That's one of the things that really sets Marvel Snap apart from most card games, is there's not just endless pack filler everywhere. We learned a few big things. Players want new gameplay. Whether it's weird rules and limited time modes or brand new mechanics, players are hungry for things that feel fresh, not just slightly different numbers. Making a totally new archetype is hard now. The card pool is bigger, decks are more refined, and players optimize fast. So if a new card is supposed to create a whole new deck, the bar is higher than it used to be. It is, but I feel like they also cleared that bar to start 2026 like we're talking about, right? Like there was a lot of complaining about Shu Lao and Star-Lord, but both those cards either created a variety of new decks or put older decks that had previously languished back on the map in a big way, like Kitty Pryde with Shu Lao. Returning characters hit best when they hit different. They land when there's a clear hook or gameplay twist that makes you go, that's cool. I like returning characters. I would much rather play with iconic Marvel characters that I'm familiar with rather than random comic book dork number 275 that I've never heard of. On the game mode side, we did make a big jump in 2025, going from 2 to 6 limited time game modes. The variety feels strong and the cadence is solid in pace. Absolutely agree with that. I think Snap's limited time game modes are the best part of the game at the moment. I like that they've been running out 2 of them per year, or 2 of them per month. One bigger win than we expected was pre-built decks. They've been great for the modes and an easy on-ramp for new and returning players who can just jump in and play without spending an hour figuring out what they should be running. We also added premium passes so limited time game modes can continue to grow and be supported long term, and we're seeing benefits and we'll keep polishing the experience so it consistently feels like great value. I agree with that too. Like, you know, one of the complaints that people have is like sometimes limited time game modes get too grindy, and they fudged that very greatly with Kid Omega, like they talked about, and expected too much from players. But the way the event passes have gone in the last number of events is the, 800 gold, it's like $2 or $3 worth of gold if you're buying the gold pass to effectively get you the card right away, but then allow you to play for extra rewards. It's not technically optimal from a free-to-play perspective, but from a small spender perspective, being able to spend a very nominal amount of currency to get a bunch of cosmetics and a new card right away is good value in that way. And I think if you're someone who's buying the gold pass every month, those passes are a no-brainer. Card acquisition. Better with room to grow. Okay, quick check-in on card acquisition because this is where a lot of how does Snap feel day-to-day lives. We've been working on improving the system so it feels better for player, including providing ways with real choices in which packs to go after and which cards to prioritize. Adding featured sets and spotlight variants to the card shop has been a clear win. They give you more ways to spend tokens that feel cool and useful instead of guess I just sit on these. That is true. I'm down from 1 million collector's tokens to 500,000 over the course of last year, so I spent a lot of them. That being said, the biggest complaint we hear pretty consistently is catching up to the meta is tough if you're new or coming back from a break. Even if you do everything right, it feels like you're always a step behind. So this is where you tell me how you're going to make it better, right? We agree that's not where we want things to stay, and we're working on ways to improve that in 2026 so new and returning players can get to the fun part faster without feeling like they're climbing a mountain first. So, I always say I don't want to do second dinner's job for them, but the very clear, easy way they could make card acquisition better for returning and new players is I think the non-seasonal snap pack should probably just be cheaper. And as one of like the biggest proponents of make things cheaper is not a good solution, I think that that's really probably a good way to do it because you already get all of the cards in the seasonal packs for $10 a month. And if their goal is to get more people to that point where they can just like spend $10 a month to keep up with the seasonal content, like making the older snap packs cheaper so that way people fill that backlog out faster is just the easiest way to do that. Like people hammer on, we need series drops or whatever, but I think just making like, the Series 5 regular stat packs are like 4,000. Cut them down to 3. Cut the Series 4 ones down to 1,500. Just like shave 25% off so people can buy through them faster and like get through that backlog. And then there's like this bigger feeling drop between seasonal and not. And I think that would be because the price for staying seasonal complete is so reasonable right now. I don't know. I feel like that wouldn't break things, but maybe they disagree. 2026 is about the foundation. Snap has strong content rhythms right now, monthly seasons, new cards, and 6 rotating limited time game modes. For 2026, our main focus is making the core foundation of the game stronger. We're upgrading our systems and tools so future updates are easier to build and smoother to play. Think of Snap like a house. All the features you see, cards, modes, rewards, are the rooms, but the foundation, wiring, and the plumbing, that's the code and internal systems. And I haven't seen it before personally, but I'm pretty confident that 4 years in, the Marvel Snap plumbing, wiring, and foundation is largely held together by duct tape and bubblegum, and then there's little hamsters running on wheels that keep the electricity going. So it would be great if we could upgrade some of those systems, I think. When the underlying infrastructure is modern and well organized, it makes our remodels easier and higher quality. We moved fast to get Snap into your hands and then kept pace after launch to keep delivering. Now we're taking time to refine and reinforce the underlying systems and investing in the under-the-hood work to make everything feel more seamless, more stable, and easier to expand going forward. That's tech debt, and it's time to clean it up. And really, like, again, communicating this really just reinforces in my mind that, like, long future outlook that Second Dinner has, because you don't spend time, money, and resources cleaning up tech debt in your 4-year-old application if you're planning to end of life it at some point in the next short term, right? Like, tech debt is tedious and difficult to work through, and you don't make money from it, which is why it builds up, right? Like, all the other things that they list, the cards, game modes, rewards, events, those are things that very directly monetize. And, like, sure, you lose players when your application is a crashy, laggy mess, but it's hard to really measure that meaningfully in, like, $1 on a spreadsheet or with a KPI. So, like, usually that's why tech debt builds up, because you can't put a direct number on it for, like, this is worth doing because it results in this. Like, you could, like, make new card makes this money, make new game mode makes this money. Tech debt doesn't translate in that same way. Cool, but how does that affect me? Even though you won't see tech debt cleanup as a flashy feature, you'll feel it when you play. Here's what you could expect. Fewer performance issues and crashes, better memory efficiency, more room for new card mechanics, more room for new game modes, easier reruns of limited time modes and events, faster bug fixes without needing a client update, fewer recurring didn't we already fix this bugs. Lovely. While a lot of the team is focused on this work and Snap, Snap, with fast matches, new cards, and new seasons still rolling all year, below we'll dig into some of the content and features that are on our workbench right now. God, this post is so long and detailed. This month, in the X-Men Origins Apocalypse, we introduced the keyword objective. With objective, we're adding moments in a match where you're working towards something, and on the deck building side, it opens up new directions. Objective cards create timing choices, yada, 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 yada. More variety, new stuff to play with. Like objective, we want to keep stretching Snap into new gameplay territory, and we don't mean here's a shiny new keyword. That's only part of it. We also want to give some overlooked strategies their moments and let decks that have been on the sidelines get a chance to shine. We also want to have more fun with character takes. Instead of always going with the most obvious Marvel's greatest hits, we could do something unexpected like clever. Here's what we're excited about this coming year. We've got a full year lineup, but we're not spoiling everything yet, but here's the season names we can share right now. Another X-Men. Daredevil has the new season coming that lines up well. Oh yeah, we have a Spider-Man season coming. This is a lot of good ones. What's Axis inversion? I'm not familiar with that. Zombies versus vampires. Yes, we're getting more Horde cards. I'm so excited. We're probably gonna get more Horde cards. Obviously not guaranteed. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get Gooner Beach variants. That's a good call. Excellent. Asterisk here. These names are not final. The seasonal setup isn't changing. Each season will come with season pass, new cards, limited time game modes, variants. That Candace is one of Snap's biggest strengths, so we're not messing with it. Agree, Snap. As someone who's, like, branched into other card games and live service games in recent memory, like, basically every other game, like, especially Pocket, has really made me long for Snap's, like, really good live service pacing of release. Like, having just all this stuff be predictable and have new things to look forward to is so good. We don't want the limited time modes to feel repetitive. Every now and then we'll tweak the rules on existing modes with some small changes to keep them fresh without reinventing the wheel. It's too early to get specific, but we are working on new game modes, including one people have been very loud about wanting, draft mode. The big difference with these is that they're built around new deck building rules that haven't been possible in Snap before. So we're working on both revamps to existing features as well as brand new ones that we'll share more about when they're closer to being ready. As a preview of Tuesday's patch notes, we'll be adding value back to the weekly Alliance rewards. After making changes to them last year, we've heard players' feedback loud and clear, and premium mystery variants will be back in the Alliance rewards rotation. That's all we're teasing for now, but we'll share more later this year. We also want to shout out the Marvel Snap creators and Snap communities on Discord, Reddit, and everywhere players discuss the game. Your feedback, dedication, takes, ideas, even when they're blunt. That's me. That's me. They're talking to me, chat. Genuinely help the game get better. To everyone playing and reading this, none of this works without you. The feedback you share, the things you love, and the things you don't shape the future. I guess it was a little less official road mappy. Than I was expecting, but I guess that also doesn't surprise me. They've been burned on getting too many into the deal. I think the thing I'm most glad about is them talking about this foundational focus thing from the core systems update. Like this has been Marvel Snap's biggest issue, I would say, for the last year. Like the mobile app especially has been in a pretty unacceptable state, especially on older hardware, and hopefully they're going to get optimizations and whatnot as they fix their stuff. If you watch this on YouTube in the future, be sure to tap the like button. If you're new to the channel and want Marvel Snap regular game news, updates, deck list roundups, and everything in between, make sure you subscribe to Hoaglandia Snap as well. I appreciate everybody that made it all the way through to the end of this YouTube video, and I hope your next Snap Pack is an excellent one. And that's how we do it in one, gamers. Upload. Do. Excellent. Cut, print, moving on. Yep. Exactly that. Back to the schnappelapping. No Deadpool Steiner mentioned that. It's so sad. I mean, they said they're gonna bring back all the limited time game modes with Twigs. Yeah, they mentioned limited time game modes a few times generally. Like they continued rotating and optimizing and changing them. I need to open the new 700 gold surge really quick before I forget. N7er Speedo variant coming this summer. Aren't all his variants Speedo variants? Hardy Dragon, thank you for the 3 years of support. I appreciate it. Welcome back. No, the YouTube live stream is having some type of problem with rewinding today. I don't know why. Definitely broken for everyone. Axis is X-Men versus Avengers. Ah, okay. Get it good. How did he get the 700? How do you know he would get the 700 gold surge? Because my account is 700 gold variant complete from spending too much money. So I save my spotlight reserves for when they add a new 700 gold variant, and then I open enough of them to get the 700 gold variant they released, and then stop again.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
What did we ice ban, chat? I was looking away. Someone backseat me. Dragon of the Moon. Okay. Gore should be rooted here, yeah? Oh, target! It's fine, we still got him. Hey, Cursive. Thank you for the 37 months. I do enjoy that this deck just, like, incidentally clowns on this rodent, this toxic rodent deck. Take all your interaction and go away. I'm gonna discard my cards now. They're using the Christmas border on the Master World because the Sentinels are 2 gifts for you. Lovely. Is the rodent deck actually just a tech deck? Yeah, it's super giant warhead stuff. The games it wins because those cards carry. Pretty mediocre into deep space. I mean, unironically, that's great for me, yeah. And I have priority here, so I'm gonna kill their Hope and their Merlin. And I'm gonna take this opportunity to kill their Hope. Big 2026 move, really. %50 of the time, it works every time.
I am Iron Man.
12 power might have won the middle anyways. Yeah, would have got him anyways. We're 100% there.
Victory.
Man, this deck has just been absolutely slaying nerds for us this afternoon. Like, just knockout after knockout after knockout. So Moon Knight with 3 possible targets doesn't feel clunky. Well, Moon Knight's also a card that combos with Fenrir's Full Fights, right? So we don't necessarily need to be discarding our own thing either. As someone who, well, that's an excellent Iceman. As someone who suffered through many years of Magic the Gathering, I do not fault Second Dinner for being incredibly careful and cautious with hand attack type effects. I think it's very, very reasonable for them to want to be extra careful with things that discard your opponent. Hand attack, things like Moon Knight and Black Bolt and Silver Samurai. So long, LT. This matchup's gotta be terrible for them, right? We're a Cosmic Ghost Rider deck. We could tag their stuff with this. It's like some nightmare fuel for sure. Hey, we just thought seize their combo piece. We did. We did in fact do just that. And for my next trick, I'm gonna take their Iron Man away. Nah, they're playing their Iron Man out this turn.
Behold my mighty hand.
Hold your mighty what?
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Ah, yes. The Examinor of my Iron Man deck. I've long heard tale of its prowess. Look at me, chat. I'm the living tribunal deck now. They did. They upgraded their lane from 2 points to 3 points. Accurate. I think the opponent is pausing to contemplate their choices in life.
Oh, snap.
I would suspect this is a tough matchup for our opponent, yes. Oh wait, no. I messed up. I should do this or this because I'm gonna discard this. That's fine. We're just gonna take away their living tribunal every time. It's not a big deal. Oh, and then I could just top deck this. What an easy game for dumb little babies.
I'm coming for you.
Can the opponent ever beat a mind rot? I hope not.
Behold my mighty hand.
Okay, so I'm losing the left. Can I put together enough points to win the other two? My Iron Man is discarded, yeah? So I do this, 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 and it forces the 5-power Iron Man into the center. Oh, that gets us. Rip.
I am Iron Man.
Damn. Alright, Super Skrull plus Mystique. Something to play around. Opponent navigated this game really well. From putting these in the back to assembling these together. The Super Skrull is legitimately very good against us. Like, we obviously have a lot of cards. I think the person that said this matchup 0% for the opponent is wrong. We both have cards that are very good into each other. So the 10-month Snow River. Unironically, taking their Living Tribunal might not be good for us. Yeah, I think taking Super Skrull might be more important. I want to take ideally. I want to take like their Super Skrull or their Iron Man.
Oh, snap.
I'm not gonna blade on one because I want to Ghost Rider on one, and ideally we're gonna navigate into blading this Khonshu, I think. What a really good response to Second Dinner's really well thought out post today. I'm not actually certain if I've banned this particular individual or if it's just like always some middle-aged white dude taking a selfie in his fucking car that has an opinion like this, because a lot of them look the same. There's so many chode opinions on the internet that are just like the middle-aged white dude taking the selfie in the car. They're just... If that's your opinion on Second Dinner, how and why are you reading posts about the company? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, if you're actually that mad about it, like, why would you be reading any updates from Second Dinner? That's the real good take. Like, if you actually feel that way, go play something else. Go play a game from someone else. I'm a little sad they had to go. That was kind of an interesting back and forth. They need someone else to validate their idea that quitting the game is correct. Yeah, that's honestly what it is. Almost assuredly.
Opponent stab.
Awkward opener here for us. Don't hit Luna. Thank you. Luna right. No, I want to be able to get to 10 over here. Even more NRG. Us having priority here is actually great because it means that we get to tag something out of their hand before they bounce things. I might wait to activate this though, because if we grab a moon, if we stick Moon Knight on the last turn. That's a Shulao. Wait, why did they play an Iron Man on the left? Oh, they were gonna Shulao it. They were gonna Shulao it. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. This deck's such a bully. This deck, like someone asked me, someone made the comment about them being too safe with the hand disruption. Playing this deck reminded me that they definitely should continue to be safe with the hand disruption. Man, chat, it's been a while since we put together a viewer deck submission that crushed as hard as this pile of cards crushed. All right, maybe that's not true. Pixie Ramp was also very good. Maybe slightly better. I actually didn't realize we went 100% with Pixie Ramp the other day. Okay, it's been since yesterday that we crushed as hard as we crushed with a viewer deck, but we just did it again. All right, bye George. I think we've done it. Man, it's crazy how many sweet, awesome decks there are in this game. And look at this deck, right? What's the newest card released in this deck? Is it Khonshu? Or Cosmic Ghost Rider's newer than Khonshu, right? They're all, and this really shows how you could like just understand the tech cards you need to be playing and then mix and match and build well. Like, this fits the formula for building a good Marvel Snap deck. It's got proactive numbers, it has meaningful disruption, and it can interact with the big things that are combos, that are comboable. Yep. Can you talk through Iceman? Iceman is a generically good disruptive card that is a cheap on reveal that you can fit into a lot of spots on your curve that adds power to Gore. So think of Iceman as a 1/4 that slows your opponent down. Is the best way to think about it. Iceman's one of the best cards in Marvel Snap. Yeah, and it gives you information. To boot, to boot. Really, really awesome. God, it's gonna be tough figuring out what decks I'm highlighting this weekend. It's probably these two. These two were killer. And they're really sweet, fun mixes of things. This one's probably tomorrow because it has the Juggernaut in it as the weekend card. All right, we did take a pause for the cause. I'm gonna rename this one and keep it the deck editor too. We're gonna take a pause for the cause. Let some adverts roll. When we get back, does this import for me? I think I have a deck code. We got 2 more viewer decks today, so we're gonna be streaming for a little while yet. We're gonna be doing some of this. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Yeah, the deck request for that one was Disruptive Silver Samurai deck. Chat. I thought blocking Justin was the end of it, but Justin made an account on Blue Sky to complain I posted a screenshot of their email where they put their phone number in their fucking email. Sorry, Justin, legally, your email doesn't say that the contents of it are confidential and reserved for only the person that you're sending it to. So I'm pretty sure when you emailed it to me, it became public. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Fucking lawyer up, bud. The post is staying up. Come at me.
Epic.
What's going on? So, we banned a fascist yesterday for telling me if I don't like Trump, I should leave America. And he, being the deeply unserious dipshit that he is, he emailed the current project manager at Bodhi Linux, which is an open source piece of software that I helped start during grad school that was never a job and I no longer work on, asking if Bodhi Linux was my employer because they wanted to cancel me for telling them to fuck off because they're a fascist. Berserker, thank you for the 31 months. And then it gets funnier. It gets funnier. He got upset that I said I assumed he was a conservative. So I said, okay, tell me you didn't vote for Trump and don't currently support him and I'll formally apologize. There is no legal reason for me to disclose to you if I voted or who I voted for. Political affiliation should not be a reason you decide to ban someone. Like I'm a motherfucking lawyer serving him a court order. There's no legal reason for me to disclose who I voted for. Yep, that's a lot of fucking words to say you voted for Trump. Yeah. Never mind. As a streamer, you're allowed to block or ban anybody for any reason. Just so funny. Is it hard to disavow someone you didn't vote for? Yeah, but you see, that's the thing. Anybody who voted for Trump the third time knew who they were voting for. They knew the awful they were getting. Yes, there will be a review video of the roadmap that Second Dinner posted on my YouTube channel later tonight. We recorded it live on stream and I uploaded it. And it'll get, I just gotta put a thumbnail together. It'll be up after I sign off today. Yeah, it was big. I want to talk to your manager energy. Absolutely. Big. I want to talk to your manager energy. To be fair, you did fail to consider the Dow before banning him. I think the Dow says I'm allowed to ban the fascists. I think that's allowed. I think it's allowed today. Maybe not next week. Today it's allowed. I don't see a 5 at the start, so you're in the clear. It's big true. If I do this, I have 3 extra energy, and then I have 8 next turn, and I can Zola.
Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place.
I fear we may be all dressed up with nowhere to go, gamers. Their Drax isn't going anywhere though, so we got that going for us.
Doom rules all. Power must be controlled.
Tie! That's funny. Yeah, Baron Mordu should probably be a way to make a number. Baron Mordu should make a number, and Mirage should probably be something that generates a bigger number, like a Valentina or an Iron Patriot, perhaps. White Queen's an interesting thought.
Opponent snap.
I'll take an extra turn, question mark. These two together is kind of fun. And then I could Zola them. Oh shit, I needed to activate Jennifer Caldo, right? Because I need to play a different card before this. Yeah, because if I do this and destroy it the way the double up, it doesn't work. That's awkward. Okay, so I have to do this, and then I guess this, and then next turn we hope we hit with the Zola. I'm not gonna have space though. Awkward. The clutter kind of getting in our way. Shaking the center is not good enough. I think it's just this and hope for the best, yeah. That's not big enough though, right? I think I need to do this and play this out and then just hope to spike the Nico to start. Oh, they're a Shag deck too, right? So it just doesn't matter.
Must be controlled.
All hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!
All right, I want to add some bigger numbers to the top end of this. Too much bottom end for what's going on at the top. As much as I love Nico, she's probably a swap out. And I want a big card generator. It's probably like a Panther, and let's try Valentina. I've been a fan of her. The person who sent this in as a smaller collection, so I'm trying to stay to series 1, 2, and 3 cards mostly. And there's not one of these. This could be Iron Patriot too. Those are both higher series. So I don't just want to show Fubin at the top end. Oh, I like Magneto. He's overperformed for me in a bunch of things. Yeah. Chad, is roadmap one word or two? It's one word, yeah? Roadmap. Doing a thumbnail real quick on the my review.
Oh, snap.
We burned through all 700 silver tickets. I mean, yeah, we were live for 18 hours yesterday. Well, kinda yesterday. We technically spilled over into this morning. So, just a little bit. That's a little annoying with the sandbar, but there's the warrior nicely. Cerebro 3 gaming. I absolutely do not have time to sleep all weekend. That will not be happening. Nobody got time for that. Our Shag not so hot against Cerebro 3.
Wakanda forever!
They can't Valk me and Cerebro, right? So double dude's probably okay here.
Doom rules all. Victory!
They can Shag and Cerebro. Usually these decks don't play Shag and Valk. Yeah, they thought I was gonna Zola them. Let me juked with Doom.
Oh, snap!
Oh, they could have had my Shag. Sure. No, yeah, it also costs 5 because of the sandbar. Yeah. Okay, Valk and Shag cost the same energy. Chat is so confusing. He has woggers. C3 ends up feeling like a combo deck a lot of the time. No, it's a tech slop deck is what it is. The games it's winning because it kicked your sandcastle aggressively. Cosmo or Valkyrie or whatever.
Wakanda forever! Opponent snapped.
Assume they're gonna rug pull me. Well, they're not. They're just Valkyrie me. What? A deeply appropriate turn after my comment. Yeah. Just could not
Escape.
have gotten a better turn if we asked for it. After they only win by tech slopping comment. Alright, we had to take a pause for the cause. Let's man virtual. We're gonna do battle with this one a little bit more, and then we've got at least one more viewer deck today coming up. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out for some chill Friday afternoon stamping. Thanks for starting your weekend off here, and I'm glad to deal with us. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We're watching on the YouTube side. Do you enjoy all the decks and the content this week? Make sure you tap the like button on whatever video is in front of you. We're gonna mix up some drink. You hear me?
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I can take one more, dudes. Dragon is pretty good into the quantum realm. Reroll this and see what we get. Not the best Jubilee I've ever seen, but also, you know, not the worst. I feel about bopping some Doombots, Chip. Oh no, not my Star-Lord. How will I ever win the game now? Please, no, wait, come back. I love how this deck being a weird mix of somewhat budget cards catches people like this. They're like, they just think you're gonna do one thing. You're like, actually, I'm just gonna go. It's gonna go completely in the opposite direction. Good luck, Godspeed.
Wakanda forever!
Yeah, you.
Victory!
Deck seems significantly better with some top end. Yeah, just some numbers. Because you need something to do once you pop a Star-Lord. I'm back to playing the game after a couple of years. Are the random pack tokens okay, or is it better to get one card? I'm playing high Evo for now. So it kind of depends on like what your goals are. So you'll get the most cards for the least amount of resources buying the snap packs because they're both cheaper and you can get more than one card per pack and the extra bonus rolls. But if you really look at and think about all the cards in the game, there's probably a handful of them that you want more than some of the others. So my advice to returning players is take a look at something like my tier list here and figure out which cards are appealing for you based on what decks you like and what's good, bad, and otherwise. And then set aside some tokens so you have like, I don't know, 6 or 12,000 tokens. So when the specific cards you want show up in your shop, you can buy them. But then it's gonna take a little while for those to rotate through, and then tokens you get past that, spend those on the packs. be my recommendation. Also, other useful things as a returning player, I have a decks guide here that'll have a good mix of both new and old decks in it. You'll probably find some things you can play in there. And then I have a video breaking down how the Marvel Snap economy works after their most recent change at the start of 2025. Grifter or Genius? Yeah, old high Evo stuff is consistently very good. It's in the top performing decks almost every week. Both? Why not both?
Cut off one head, two more shall take
Alright,
its
that's a
place.
6-power Sunspot.
Hail!
Oh no, Grifter! Grifter! Oh no! Call the ambulance, chat! For me! Call the ambulance for me! I made a terrible mistake! Wait! There's another limbo! Shit! I forgot there was another limbo! I'm gonna blame that one on reading chat. I've made a terrible mistake. Wog Aura isn't bad. There's a Cosmo in the center. Their Aura beats me on the right, I believe. Is that Iska doubles? GG. All right, that one's on me. That one's on me, champ. I accept. Would a full soak have beaten them? No, because I added 6 here with Aurora. On reveal, end of turn, ongoing. Full soak was actually the same amount of power on the right as playing Aurora was. Oh, but their Iska wouldn't have triggered. Oh, I think you're right, actually. Yeah, because my sunspots were older than their Iska. Yeah, you're actually... Oh, no! I queued for the ladder! Run away! Run away!
Escaped.
I was like, why is my cube blue? That's not right. That's not how that's supposed to work. Flee in terror! Oh my gosh, that's not my dance submission. Hi, Jeff. I'm a free-to-play player who watches your spending guides. I want to give away a Got the Season Pass card. I have the Buy These and Tech Strong cards from your recent list. I have no other Series 4 or 5 cards. Help me build a deck with En Sabador.
Opponent snatched.
En Sabador. But En Sabador is so bad, Jet. All right, Wanda, I see you. I've been on vacation since the season pass started as the new season pass card doo-doo. The types of decks that the season pass card is good in aren't very good decks. They have a lot of polarizingly bad matchups, I think is the best way to put it. So it's not that he's inherently terrible. It's just like you really need to go bigger than he goes or have good tech cards in your deck. And he's hard. Actually, you know what? I just realized the comparison. He's kind of the nightmare problem where like what he's doing is strong, but you can't play tech cards with him. And what he's doing is not strong enough to make up for not playing tech cards. That's the articulation of what's going on with him. He's fine, but he's not fine enough to make up for I can't play tech cards with this card. All right, they never beat Black Panther in the center. I, for one, cannot believe they have time by Black Panther. Forever. Yeah, it's really more of an archetype issue. Like Marvel snaps a game where if you can't put like 50 points of power in a lane consistently, you really need 2 to 3 interactive cards. And like randomly flipping Shang-Chi's and Cosmic Ghost Riders or whatever out of him isn't great. I guess Cosmic Ghost Rider's not the worst. I should probably explore that angle more. More Cosmic Ghost Rider with him. Wakanda occasionally. Yep. Wakanda for sometimes.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
How the other new cards been? They're both very good and playable. Iska's the new format staple that's putting end of turn back on the map, and Juggernaut's a generically good 2 energy card with a neat deck building consideration. For the record too, Sling Digger, I've also had a good bit of fun playing En Sabador. Like I'm gonna have a bunch of En Sabador deck highlights out. I think he's really novel. I don't think he's a top tier card. Do you think the opponent moves the shield but doesn't pass? Oh, they know. They know. If you move the shield, the rocks don't break, chat. Fun fact. Fun fact. Opponent confirmed nowhere, yep. They're a knower, not a thrower. Something like that. Alright, so we'll play Star-Lord, and then we'll go Wong Zola. And then we'll have unlimited power on the last turn of the game. Is this local man about to be Cosmoed? They didn't Cosmo me. Oh shit! Unlucky.
All hail Hydra!
Could be worse. Could be worse. Could have gone worse. That's spooky. Chad, if it was spooky, they would have Cosmo'd me here. Come on now. Don't be dumb. Don't be dumb. Being dumb is what chat does best. Accurate. Schmood. Schmood. Yes, the Cosmo Center was them trying to navigate around Grandmaster a bit. Because if they Cosmo'd here and I went Absorbing Man Grandmaster, that was better to do it center. That's why they did that. Very heads up play from the opponent. No Shulao means we win anyways. They weren't expecting me to fill. That acid arrow on the left is brutal. How's this been for? We've had some ups and some downs. We're definitely on the scoreboard though. Your initial build, Seth, was lacking top end, so I added a Black Panther and a Magneto. We had a few games where I like Star-Lord and that didn't have anything to do with the energy. Jeff, stop watching their stream. Yep. Well, that one's not gonna last very long. Or is it?
Time's up.
I just do this and win the game. I just do this and win the game. It's boring, but it's correct. For the Golden Gauntlet tomorrow, you'll be live on your show. I will not. We'll be live on just the official Marvel Snap channel.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I can't stop playing that Moon Girl deck. Help. There's no helping you. Deck is too sweet. Can't stop, won't stop. Believing. Hold on to that feeling. Did they just surge on 2 in their Star-Lord deck? Weird champ. Weird champ. It's a little weird. that
take its place.
was almost a disaster.
Worthy.
Power must
It's
be
super
controlled.
dead. We're not beating 21 in the middle. I don't know whatever the last card is, but I assume the Dracula's hitting a decent one. Yeah, it's big boy. All right, let's get one more shake with this one against something else, and we'll take our ad break, and we'll come back for our next pile. Yeah, we needed a Zola to be able to go up over the top of what they had. They had a Zola, and we did not.
Opponent soul snap.
Here, we'll get rid of this on 3, and then we'll Star-Lord on 4. Oh, look, it's Jace, chat. I saw them playing games on Twitch.tv.
This
It was here. They were
is
playing games here.
always changing.
Watch him Cosmo me out of the Scarlet Witch. Here's my lines. That's the Scarlet Witch from the new bundle. I did catch a harpoon earlier this week. Oh, Wanda, you're so annoying. No, wait, no, this is fine. We'll just do this, yeah? We'll do this, and then I'll Star-Lord on 5, Zola on 6, and Big Plays on 7.
Power must be controlled.
That's our Shang-Chi, chat. We have no one to blame but ourselves. Well, well, well. If it isn't the repercussions of my own actions. Live by the slop, die by the slop. Absolutely. I hear micro slop is really hot right now. They love that term. Micro slop all over me. Well, I will say, I think, at least in whatever MMR bracket I'm in, these Wong decks have felt like a little bit of a tough sell. There's still a lot. What is Cosmo's play rate? My anecdote is a fucking lot. But like, what is... %, 20%, 19, 20, 19, 30%, 30%. Oh yeah, so like 15 to 30% depending on the slice you look at. Yeah, that probably matches my anecdotes. In my defense, it was your shake. Oh, absolutely, Jace. We were talking about how we deserved it. Yeah, I think Destroy is the worst it's been in a long time. Probably since before Moira was added to the game because of the density of Cosmo. Oh my goodness, look at this adorable pile of cards. It's been so long since I had an excuse to play Good or Psylocke yet. Although saying Gunnar Psylocke doesn't really narrow it down. That's most of her art. So what is this? This like four drop good stuff? If I name the deck this, am I too childish? It's naming it after the 2 key cards. All right, I think we're gonna take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. When we get back, we're gonna play with Zaboobos. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Is that any more childish than Operation Epic Fury? You know what? Touche, honestly. If naming your things after what a 12-year-old would name it is appropriate, then it's good enough for the president, it's good enough for me. The density of 4 drops in this deck just made me flash back to unnerfed Zabooboo. One of the decks in your list of decks, Jace, was titled like My Balls Are or something like that. This is my sweat deck. Oh, is this a sweaty one? Is this deck good this season? I guess it's got some tech cards in it. Does this keep up? Fulguretta! Started playing Magic Commander at the LGS, still here for Snap and the hot takes. I hope you have a good time with your gaming, Fulguretta. Oh, it's your sweat deck. Got it. So not this, but My Balls Are. It's your sweat deck. Got it. Sweaty ball. Okay, I understand now. I've made the connection. Marlins, thanks for the 22 months.
Oh, snap.
I've drawn neither Zabu nor the boobies. Feel like we're off to a scuff start. How does Acid Arrow work with Quantum Tunnel? I'm glad you asked, my dear Twitch chatter. You put Acid Arrow in, it'll jump across, then it'll go into my deck, and the card will come back out on my side of the board.
Opponent snapped.
This Mr. Negative? No, they didn't put that in Quantum Tunnel, right? Oh, Star-Lord stuff. We're doing this setter so that way there's Zola's a 50-50. We have the power. Woohoo.
Cut off one head, two more shall take its place.
I have 2 acid arrows, but I think I'm still ahead. Oh wait, and then Sabador is gonna swap this bad boy out, right?
Victory.
Dissected them nicely.
Snap.
Hey, can I get a 2-drop? Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Honestly, when we have the Drax in hand, like, not hitting our acceleration's not the end of the world. Yeah, chat, we got the boobies right here. Some boobies. And some boobies. I bet they can both make their boobies dance. Oh, should we have tried to get Hawkeye down to try and keep them off the adult legged? Yeah, probably. Probably.
Wakanda forever!
I can't beat 50 in the middle. Yeah, we're just first very dead.
Escape!
Need our Shang or arcane arrow. Have a better shot. Zabu and boobies. Our hand is perfect. No notes. No notes, hand. I'm actually going to put the Zabu over here so that way it can be predictable where my Sabanor is going to swap a card from instead of having to 50-50 it. There's value in that. Well then. I feel like we got the raw end of this deal a little bit. Playing Waga Dahala is brave, it sure is. Yo, dog. I heard you liked El Salvador. So I got you El Salvador to go with your El Salvador. I think I'm just chilling so I can have flexibility in where we're shanging next turn, yeah?
Victory. Snap.
A little late, Zabu, but the end of the world. Oh, I forgot to put the roadmap video in the title. Let's do that.
Opponent snapped.
I want to put this in front, so that way if we lose this center somehow, I can swap this out with Summoner. I've been playing this, and it feels like the most fair Marvel Snap deck I've ever played. It's the essence of a mid-range deck. It's got big, it's got very big I cast Farseek in my Jund deck energy. Why'd you have to roast the deck like that? It's rude. Fair, honestly. Oh, I activated Herbie in the wrong order and missed a point on the right. I think I just count on Iska and Drax winning the right, yeah? I just like drop it like it's hot in the center, call it a day. Fuck.
Forever.
Wow, shit. They not only had a lot of energy, but all four of the cards in their hand were massive numbers. Galactus' first steps was dog shit there. If he had been like literally any other card, we probably win the game.
Oh, snap.
want to roll Herbie back into my deck, right? And I probably... Yeah, even if I pump him up, he's still going to roll back in, yeah? Man-Thing goes here, and then I have... The first one goes and tags this, and then when the second one goes, this at 6 will be the lowest. There'll be 7s and 8s. And I want him more points of power in my deck in case we roll back into him. Or I want to make sure we do zombie the first time, I guess. Since they're both 3s. What I mean. We could still die here. If they have Star-Lord and we don't top deck Shag. Panther is also pretty good.
Wakanda forever.
Hey, Shag. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Do, 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 do.
Power must be controlled.
As a replacement for Drax. Drax is just a good 3 energy card you can play on curve. So like Speed or maybe Gladiator could both be okay.
Hail Hydra!
Okay. Don't ask me why this worked this way, but we won, so just calm down. It's fine. Nobody panic.
Victory.
We were, in fact, quite worthy. Quite worthy. All 3 Alliance missions done? Glorious. I'm once again asking for the fast forward feature for end of turn decks. No. No. I refuse. Request denied.
Oh, snap.
All right. That makes the where are we playing Psylocke question easier. Unfortunately, I just don't have a window to kill this Maverick for a while. Yeah, a lot of the folks that were here for drops this morning stuck around. I'll be curious to see what metrics for next week look like. Man, that Iron Lad is insane, huh? Gaze upon my 428 and weep, for it is beautiful. All right, that's the appropriate order. Yep. Starhawk's an interesting one.
Snap.
Wait, did the surfer just skip playing a 3-drop? What's happening? That can't be right. Well, we're certainly dead.
Escaped. Oh, snap.
See Starhawk being reasonable as activate. As end of turn with this current stats, he'd be insane. Way too pushed. I just do this and then plan to slam Galactus over here next turn. I guess with Brood and Maverick, we might not hold center. It's close.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I think we'll play for all of it. I'm ready to stop grinding the same opponent. Ready to move on and get some variety in my life.
Power must be controlled.
Hoping to draw Kate or Zabu to give ourselves flexibility on playing the right. Right, request granted there. Unfortunate that this doesn't give stats in any way, shape, or form. Why Maverick the Surfer? Because they were already really big on the left RST, and they wanted to hedge the center. Mavericking the Surfer meant that they were beating. No, I guess they weren't beating Galactus in the middle. Weird. I feel like the Galactus has felt a little clunky so far. I want to get a few more games in it, but so far every end game I've been kind of feeling like I wish I could do two things. And doing just Galactus does not seem stellar. Yeah, I don't know if you consider another 4 or if you like add another 3. Iron Patriot's interesting because it's like kind of a top end while also. Four cards Juggernaut. That's an interesting thought. Howdy, Izo. I think I'm chilling on this for energy for now. Except... just plunk these down over here to lock up the right, and we'll play for stats in the center. Man-Thing Drax is kind of a fun combo. When he shrinks the Drax. Get your ass back here, Iska.
Victory.
Magneto's had enough of your shit. Stay put.
Snap.
That's unfortunate. Remember when you said Nintendo is doing nothing against the US government? I want to make it really clear that Nintendo suing the government for tariff money they were ruled to have illegally collected is deeply different as opposed to Nintendo or Pokemon telling the government they can't use Pokemon IP to promote fascist propaganda. Those are two very fundamentally different things. I'm glad they're suing them. All the companies should be suing them for tariff revenue, and hopefully a class action suit's gonna get filed on behalf of the people in various states, because it's one of the many ways the Trump admin's broken the law. But they still have yet to do anything meaningful about them using Pokemon imagery. No, it's about money. Nintendo spoke out against people using Poketopia with DHS. Sure, let me know when they file takedown notices. So that's really what it is. Let me know when they file the takedown notices. Yeah, they did a non-statement. They didn't take action on X, and that you best believe your bottom dollar that the Pokemon Company and Nintendo know how to send fucking takedown notices to people on Twitter. They do it all the time to regular humans. Strongly worded letters have clearly been of great use against the Trump admin. Just ask Jeffries and Schumer. Fuck, I hate how right you are. It's so awful. Thanks, I hate it. Alright, they never tech card by Iska, right? Reddit said Iska is unbeatable and must be nerfed yesterday. So very clearly she has the left unlock. Sir always being here, Berkeley. Good morning, good morning. Oh, they snapped me. Def Iska's never seen the light of day, chat. She's super fucking dead. Oh! She lived! She lived! Massive! Rapid ad roll! When we get back, the embarrassing losses shall continue. The 3 people involved in Marvel Snap, you, your opponent, and the lovely locations. If you're enjoying watching us get kicked around by locations, tap the like button while you're here. Don't go anywhere. Oh, you know, people were telling me they couldn't rewind the YouTube live stream today. I just noticed on my dashboard, the player is different than it used to be. It's I have a stop playback button instead of a pause button. It's very weird. I don't think I changed anything on my end. I know folks were saying that we're still able to rewind on some other streams, but YouTube doesn't roll out new features and players uniformly. It like randomly picks channels to like put stuff like that live on. Learn from Dracula's mistakes. Never take acid. Yep, probably get worse than a -2. What about Twitch changes, like the new vertical full screen? Did you opt out, or is that random as well? I have no idea what a vertical full screen is. Oh, like Twitch is letting people do TikTok-y style vertical live streams? Nah, ain't no way I'm doing a vertical live stream. That sounds awful. Right on time. Kate Bishop, welcome to the party, girl.
What a game!
I want the throne.
for Zabu.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
I should do this first and then this because this could be a Galacto. Could also be a man thing on the Onslaught Citadel. Be not bad. .jpg.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
We have the power. Ooh.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, this is the last turn, isn't it? That's fine. We're gonna get man thing on the left here. God, what an easy fucking video game. You ever see a video game as easy as this one, chat? Marvel Step. That's what they call it, I hear. Just...
Oh, snap.
Just out here with my man thing, hanging out. Some of you at home probably not confident to whip your man thing out in Jotunheim, but believe me, it'll be worth it. Pretty good opener for them. Our slice for us. I'm gonna play this out. It could die to a Killmonger, obviously, but like it tricks it all what it does, so got that going for us.
What a game!
Rip.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
We're absolutely doing this. My Iron Lad has one absolutely banger hit and then two pretty mediocre ones, unfortunately. Is it the banger every time? I kind of want to just play my man thing out. You'll know if you guessed right when you draw next turn. That's exactly how that works. That last one can't be null, so we're good to go.
Power must be controlled.
Victory.
Man, remember when people thought Shag didn't need to be nerfed? Has there ever been a card more deserving of his text box change than Shang-Chi? He's still so good. It's crazy that he used to clear an entire lane. Hey opponents, that you like destroying things so much, let me help you. LOL. Hey, Minute Mensch, thank you for the gifted subs. It's very generous of you. Happy Friday. Let's everybody kicking our weekend off strong here.
Snap.
Hey, not my dance. Are you in chat still? I know you were hanging out earlier. Hi, what are we wearing tomorrow? Do you want to coordinate? Say, should our outfits totally match? This is actually terrible for us, yeah? After Zabu? One of you should dress up as Batman and the other as Superman. I don't know that Marvel would appreciate that. Is there a price for the owl? I do have a Spider-Man suit. I do have a Spider-Man suit.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Ah, well, we're just Super Ninja Crimson Cosmos.
Escaped.
So, like, I'm casting an event tomorrow, but it's not like one of my own events where I have to run it. They have 3 sets of casters for however long the tournament is. So, like, after a bunch of 12-hour days and, like, typically running my own tournament and doing production and doing commentary for a 10-hour day, like, showing up to do commentary for, like, 4 or 5 rounds in the middle is, like, easy peasy. Just, like, could not be less work. Oh. We have Haley on for guest commentary. I will not. Well, at least I have 4s in my hand this game that I can play into here. I'd be pretty surprised if there were 5 beer matches in a row at the tournament. I'm pretty sure almost every Golden Gauntlet they've had so far has had like 5 or 6 different decks in the top cut. Let's get this down so we can start scaling up. An Angel Enjoyer. Still my heart, Morgan. The next turn we can Ner plus something else.
I want the throne.
Glad we got that one out of the way. Oh, that's actually kind of nice because this means filling here. This means filling here rotates Kate out for something else. Iron Lad with the big brick there. One of the lower rolls of the deck and then missed. I guess our deck was pretty bad. Just Man Thing was the only good one, yeah. Alright, and then Man Thing and Galactus both win the left, yeah? We're winning the right. Oh no, we don't even need to win the left. We're winning the right after the transform. We can maybe cast roll though. Eldu, pig, Eldu.
Victory.
Did you lose that if you lost the Red Guardian coin flip? Yeah, I think so. And I guess Red Guardian's a reason actually to play him out first and get the Galacta bonus on him, right? 415 is pretty good. He's a 413. He shrunk by Drax, but yeah, pretty large. Pretty large and in charge. Yeah, Man-Thing's been pretty impressive, chat. The only thing doling out bigger penalties than him today is Donald Trump on the U.S. markets. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Very comparable. Don't you take my 2-drop away. Don't do it. God damn it. Alright, it's fine. You gave me a do it. I accept. I accept. Can I replace Drax with speed? Absolutely. If I do this and this, next turn I can play a 3 and a 4. Yes? Yes? Final answer. This matchup seems bad for us. Is there any chance Dudrax is banned in Sanctum next year? And I'd be surprised. Sanctum felt pretty balanced this last time around. We finished things out with like a lot of different decks being playable and nothing being like markedly above like a 15% play rate. And the most popular deck was Zoo. Usually when the most popular Sanctum deck is Zoo, it means people don't know what's good. Trade Zabu in for 7 power. Oh, I guess trading Zabu in for 7 power this turn's actually really bad. Oh no, because Iska still doubles. Okay, this is good actually. I thought I was gonna mess up my Iska, but we're not. So they're gonna go to 27 in the middle. So this ties. And Drax will gain 3, so maybe. If they play a 9 on the right, Jax jumps right. They have to play 2 there, right? Wouldn't be surprised if we lose here, but happy to be close. think we get cooked on the breaker. I think it's a tie, center, lose the breaker angle. We're up 19, they're up 25. Not too bad. Yeah, anytime you gotta play Scarlet Witch out as a Cerebro 3 player, you always pucker a little bit. You're like, oh god, about to get myself with this card.
Oh, snap.
I had one hit there that was a critical failure. That was it. Well, I mean, I guess I get to play both of these at least. Is Man Fig just an Iska synergy card? He's just a big number. Send this acid arrow across and then see how their Zola goes. We might have enough points to be okay regardless of how the Zola goes with the Galactus and Herbie left over. Yeah, just doing this. Do we want Apocalypse and Trigger to roll Psylocke into something? It's not that useful. She'll turn into either a Shang-Chi, an Iska, or a Galacta, which is a pretty nominal upgrade. I guys want to play like this for the most points in these 2 lanes. And Drax is already relatively big on the right.
Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place.
I mean, that was a play you could make. We would regardless of where the Galactus went.
Oh, snap.
These are my 4 drops. My 4 drops are amazing. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, I want you on turn 3, Tinkerer's Workshop. Turn 3. Oh! What a lovely creature. Oh! Everything is coming up Millhouse this afternoon. Holy. Player on boom. Yeah, maybe I don't know. I want the +2 on this guy. Oh wait, this kills my cube. Which doesn't matter anymore because Galactus costs 4. Lovely. Wait, do they just trigger my Iska as well?
Opponent snap.
Oh, so it's about what after Iska, got it. Did you just fucking boomer snap Goliathing my Galactus? I'm sorry, what? Who? My name is...
Victory.
16 points. He's a big boy. I'm glad we kept the Galactus in. I said he was feeling a little bit awkward in the middle, but definitely need that big chunk of points in some of your games. RST described this as the most Jun deck they've played in Marvel Snap in a long while, and yeah, I buy it. Like, this is like classic Far Seek, or if you want to go back even further, explore Jund, play your big dumb-statted things ahead of curve. You got a big bomb top end. You got some interactive bits that are techy. She scales kind of nice in a way that works out well, especially with Galacta. Seems pretty reasonable. Your draws are definitely much better when you have Za or the boobies, but the core seem functional. Which of these cards is Tarmogoyf? I think it's Drax. He's a card that you don't need to ramp into that has his attack scale as the game goes on. All right, we need to take a pause for the cards, let some adverts roll, and then I've got one more deck coming up. It is a build-around submission. We're not going to run all day today, but we'll run a little bit more. I'm feeling pretty good, and I got a little bit more in me. Don't go anywhere, givers. All right, so our viewer build around Dance was very cheeky for. It's a fun one, I think. I did the missions. Look at that. So our build around submission is build with the season pass card, and then the only cards I can play from series 4 and 5 other than the season pass card are the ones from the buy these and tech and strong category on my tier list rating, which I think is way more than serviceable. Past Jeff had Red Guardian and Cosmic Ghost Rider in there, so that should be enough to give us tools to not die, plus series 3 cards. Yeah, all lower series cards. These are the only other series 4 or 5 other than the season pass card. Which I think as far as season pass goes, or sorry, higher series cards go past that, I think it's like Sam, Red Guardian, and like Cosmic Ghost Rider. Yeah, basically someone who has the season pass that followed my recommended card acquisitions. What if I said retroactively Luna Snow probably deserves to be in the buy this category? Marvel Jesus, Bob. Thank you for the 35 shares. Someone was asking me when we were gonna do another tier list that had been a while. It has been 2 months, hasn't it? Almost 2 months. Middle of January last time. Well, maybe we'll wait to the end of the season. February season was kind of bad. I think she might deserve to be in the buy this category moving forward. She's very good. She's especially good with these two dorks. She gives you an extra card for this one, and she rams you into this. Luna seems like more of a staple than Maverick right now. Yes and no. Luna's about to be a 3/5 again. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if she took a haircut. She's the best ramp card by a lot. She's like uniquely better than almost every other ramp. Been pretty pleased with Rhino inside of these Sabador decks. I like Magneto at the top end. Ham. So I haven't loved Ham just because getting a 1-pointer out of your Sabador feels really bad. Is it Luna's power that makes her superior to Hope Summers? No. Luna Snow lets you play a 5-drop on turn 4. That's the big thing she does. So Luna and Hope both let you play a 6 on 5. Luna also lets you play a 5 on 4. Is the big thing she does. That is distinct. Hope could do that with Wasp. That's very narrow and specific. Superior Spider-Man can also let you play a 5 on 4. Yes, but he has a deck build requirement to make that happen. So like he's okay, but he's less free, right? Like Luna is almost always letting you play a 5 on 4. I feel like Luna did more for 5 drops as a category than any individual 5 they've released themselves. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Yeah, 6 points on Luna is also just like a fuck ton of points. Is also accurate. What makes her better than Electro? Most ramp decks only want to play 1 card per turn. Most decks playing Luna aren't dedicated ramp decks. There are ones that want to play more than one card. Season pass card with limited higher series cards. So everything else needs to be series 1, 2, and 3. So what do I want to fill in here? I probably want like 1 more piece of top end bomb. Honestly, could just be like a fucking regular Hulk. 14's a lot of points, Keepers. Could be Doom. I don't like that Doom. I guess Doom fills the board, which can be helpful, but also not. I don't know that I expect to have problem filling the board. Yeah, Debris been one that's been good too. She fills the board up, and then also helps you. I could technically play Merlin. Merlin is in my recommended buy these category, which is what the builder requirement was. It gives me one kind of dookie. It gives me a kind of dookie thing to roll into, but with Sam, Rhino, and Debris, I probably have enough fodder to support him. Yeah, honestly, Nico, this card did a lot for Luna. Like, being able to just play him on curve and take their ice cube away while you keep yours has a lot of value. I think I got enough top end. I think I just want like another like decent size 2 or 3. I even just play like Bob. No, Bob's a higher series. I cannot play Bob. Play Black Cat. King Imposter, thank you for the 7 months. Kate actually wasn't in my buy this category this time around. pulled her out of there. She just had enough things. Other card generators like Mirage and stuff caught up. Iron Patriot, etc. They're all more comparable. The Snap still have end of season recaps. They do not. That was something with their publisher. I just don't know that I like a low power card. I really like at least 4 points. I think it's Black Cat. It's Black Cat or Lizard, I think. I haven't played with my fantasy Lizard variants enough. Let's make it Lizard. Let's do that. Magneto helps Lizard a little bit. I don't have room to play Luke, but a deck editor for too long. Could also be a play more Quake Glide. Maybe pulling her out at random is not great. I agree she's a really good 2, but it's really you want minimal number of small point hits to flip into with Sabador. The decks that Sabador has felt best in really have minimal amounts of bricks for him to pull into. Are there any other cards other than Ludosnow you think you would add to the buy this tier? No, I don't think so. I'm really pretty restrictive about what I put in that tier. If anything, I'll take a look at the data again. Maverick might honestly not belong there anymore. That's probably wrong to put him there to begin with. If you're missing Cosmic Growth Trader, you can play like a Shang-Chi or a Shadow King. Might be okay. Maverick's probably belongs in archetype defining and strong is realistic.
We are the future.
Okay, well. Oh, perfect. See, chat, Magneto knew exactly what he fucking was doing. Some of you at home thought my Magneto just fucked up. Little did you know. Little did you know. Magneto, brilliant strategist. I missed deck building. Is that an actual 614 Hulk? Of course it's a 614 Hulk. Why are you judging him? He's bringing you tacos. Don't sass him. Oh, shit. 614 Hulk! Easy! He's so bigly, chat. What a bigly boy. Easy clap. Good tactical gaming.
Snap.
Right on time, Nightcrawler. Welcome to the party, bud. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a spell get killed by a Killmonger before. So that's a first for me. Well, alrighty then. You know, I have Cosmic Ghost Rider. I just punch Ravona, probably. This is backup for whatever else they're doing. Drops time are over. Yes, drops ended at the rollover earlier today, about 3 hours ago. How do I want to sequence here? I wish I could roll this up. Sad that I can't. I put a wasp in their neck, chat. An omniversal presents for little old me. Thanks, Berlin. I got a rock! I got a rock!
Victory.
Remember a couple of years ago when we would always ask what's better, Magneto or Hulk? Well, Hulk is bigger than Magneto now, which is nice. They used to both be 12s, so the comparison made a little bit more sense. It's probably too aggro to move Crawler out and then Cosmic Ghost Rider that, right? He's just too good of an interactive piece. Just about to say, without Merlin, we're absolutely cooked. So now we're only mostly cooked. 1/3 of the time, it works every time. Oh wait, actually, I want to put Merlin here, so that way if debris kicks up, I don't get locked in the center. Because Nur's gonna trigger on the rock. So I hit the thing here, obviously, but I kind of feel like I'm not supposed to do it because they drew 2 cards. I think I just do this and see what they do, and then we can assess from there.
We are the future. I've got the throne.
Man, I can't believe they didn't play around it after it happened in the last game. Yeah, it's gotta go. Leaving is so boring! Why is Optimal Marvel Snap so dry?
Oh, snap.
This lizard variant is so good. Missing pieces are great.
I am Iron Man.
I'm glad Summoner gives an excuse to use my gold. Thanos, I need Aura so I can use it more. Aurora is very good. Easily one of the best in the game. Oh, they're playing Symbiote Spider-Man? I missed that in the other game. The games against Negative are so much less scary when they don't have a turn 7. Probably trying to figure out if they're supposed to Star-Lord or not. I guess they could beat us on the left of the center. Or just leave him.
Victory.
All right, 4 to 8. Got the leg up. Should drop out what is nice. Get Merlin going here.
Snap.
Merlin on 1's really solid, just gives us the most possible chances to get the location reroll. No Ravona from them. Yep. I'm not playing the Crawler out yet because they're a Killmonger deck. We just tuck him in. I guess this is a bit unfortunate because I need to Cosmic Ghost Rider the right now, but then Captain America is going to slide in there and fill it up. Hold the shield up, I guess, since we're not going to be able to use it anymore. If they're a negative deck, are we better off Cosmic Ghost Ridering? Oh, we could leave the shield and then move it next turn. Yeah, that's a good take. Well, so the problem is, will have priority, and they're gonna like Arnim Zola or something here, right? I don't know. They could technically like negative and Jane, maybe? I don't know what the exact count is. Leave the shields a good show. Oh.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, you need a top deck, you need a top deck Red Guardian.
Cut off one head, two more shall take its place.
Probably win here and here. If they put points here, we're at a 35 on the right.
Victory.
They could Shang the center. Yeah, maybe. Are we gonna sweat 2 to 8 here? Is that where we're at with our life opponent? Shield for Summoner is cute. It's really solid. But I'm gonna just constantly run the timer down. It's really something. Wait, did they just limbo not the Eternal Arc? We went into the tank and ran the entire turn timer down, and that's where we got to? Cool. Cool. Are they gonna Zola magic? That's a cute thought. What if I just did this and make sure nobody's Zola-ing anything? Please step into Daddy's office. He's very disappointed in you. You've been doing nothing but sweating and running the timer down, and it needs to stop right now. This is unacceptable behavior. If this is Zola in the center, we're being ghosted.
Future.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Ghost. That's what you deserve. Get out of my game. Hope you like your ice cold. I don't know. They're probably not ghosting and they're probably just playing around Magneto. But you want to run the timer down every single turn while playing 2 cubes to 8. You're acting like a ghost. I don't know. Like the griefing combined with the sweating makes it feel like it's way more likely, right? What, a turn burglar? Bye, Felicia. All right, this has actually been pretty fun and sweet. Honestly, playing the appropriate tech cards might fix a lot of this guy's problems. Magneto's also cracked. Every time I play Magneto, chat, I'm like, I should just play way fucking more Magneto. He's really good. Have an end roll. We're going to play some more of this to finish the stream out when I get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yarr. Luna Snow might just be the secret sauce. I think Magneto was always stronger when played before turn 6. But in a generic ramp deck, there's often better payouts. But a deck like that happens to have Luna Snow, but isn't really a ramp deck, it works out well. Yeah, I believe that. That makes sense from a theory perspective. All right, Merlin, I'm gonna need you to crank out omniversal presences like it's your job, bud. Because it is. That's why you're here. What is your purpose in life? You make the omniversal presences. You do what you can because you must. Although I guess any spell clears the orb area. Did they just get a free copy of Gore in the center? God damn it, Merlin. Alright, we're cooked. We're cooked. Next.
Escaped.
Excellent. A fellow snap understander. Merlin did his job in the most unhelpful way. He's like, oh, I only exist to make omniversal presents, eh, Hogland? How about this one? We have priority here, yeah, and this dork hasn't activated yet. Who you had more fun with, Juggernaut, Horseman of War, or Insabador? I mean, definitely Juggernaut, or definitely Insabador. Horseman of War is like a good card, and maybe even a more powerful card than Sabador, but like, it's just a number. That's all it is a number. I don't know that I want to trigger. Oh, damn it.
Doom rules all.
Oh, I think a tuba kills us. Yep. Rip. Actually just did.
Escaped.
Oh, wrong button. Wrong lever, Grunk!
Escaped.
Why do we even have that lever? Yeah, where's my best of one? I just need the best of one lever, chat. That's what I want out of life.
Victory.
Best of one proving our conquest wins sometimes. Deadpool's Diner General Ladder Mode win is the real question. Hey, give me a diner. Our fascist in chief has announced that the largest U.S. defense companies have agreed to quadruple the production of weaponry that they currently output. It's really weird how we never ask how we're gonna pay for it when we're looking to murder people. Bomb schools in the Middle East? Fucking blank check. Feed school children in the United States? Nah, fuck those kids. They should pull on their bootstraps. How many school lunches could we buy with 1 day's worth of munitions? One day's. How big of a raise could we give every teacher in the country with a week's worth of munitions?
Opponent snapped.
It's so immoral. You can afford to strap your kids' boots, dude. Yeah, then we'll get to fill the left next turn. From someone in the supply chain industry, I can guarantee on the back end there have been threats of canceling contracts because resources have taken longer and are more expensive. Cough, tariffs, cough. Yup. Yup. All right, so in theory, Moondragon's getting... In theory, Moondragon's getting 2 bigger, yeah? At least. Oh, I guess she's getting 6 bigger, actually. So I need to be able to beat 23 here. This beats 23. Oh, fuck, I forgot. There was a rock going there. It'll be fine. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Blizzard and Magneto in the same lane. That's just good deck building right there.
future.
No, we're good, right? This is after it turn stuff. Coolio. Using the 2025 budget, the U.S. defense budget was about 849 billion, and the U.S. spends about 2.2 billion a day on the military, with federal reimbursement for free K-to-school lunch was about 4.6. The amount could purchase about 560 million school lunches a single day. Yeah, that's the defense budget when we're not at war, take magic, right? Like that's just like our normal operating budget. So like we're incinerating ammunitions, actually fighting and stuff. It's weird to see invisible mid first steps without triggering a single end to turn ability. Yeah, weird dynamic in the last game. Dark Dimension is just like one of the singular worst locations for that archetype. It's real tough for them. All right, Donnie boy, what you got for me? Oh, Donnie boy, oh, Donnie boy. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. This magic on the right? Ah. Well, I mean, I guess we'll die then. Playing Merlin out to try and find the answer to this is just too slow, so I think I just do what I can.
Opponent snapped.
Classic boomer. They're about to get Galactus over here.
We are the future.
Cut off one head, two more shall take its place.
We are the future. We
They all laughed at the Hulk, chat. Now who's laughing? Now who's laughing? Don't make fun of him, chat. He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Oh yeah. You a sweaty boy, Dottie? The boomer snap, I'm the sweaty boy. Oh yeah, wouldn't have it any other way. I assume they would have won if they hit their Dragon Lord and said, well, I guess they should have won their coin flip then. Maybe they should try that next time. Red Guardian. Red Guardian. Nightcrawler. Rip. Oh, I shouldn't fill here because I can have a Ludisto. Okay. This over here. I'll put N Summoner on the right. How do you feel about the current rank ladder compared to last season and the previous season? I haven't bothered climbing to Infinite for the last 3 seasons now. I think the snapping mechanic is pretty boring and tedious when people know how to use it correctly. Well, that's an event that can happen. By tedious, do you mean the player skill has gotten better since launch? Yeah, absolutely. Like, much like playing optimal poker involves a lot of folding bad hands, engaging with the ladder optimally requires you to constantly be retreating, and never seeing a turn 5 happen is not particularly, or turn 6 happen is not particularly fun. Yeah, Chad, I don't know if there are hearts in it.
We are the future.
Future!
Victory.
Honestly, it kind of feels like we cracked some of the Saboteur code with this one. We have the interactive cards we need. The mixture of Luna, Snow, Rhino, and Debris all feel pretty good. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's kind of neat. What about Mysterio Hitmonkey? Like in a deck like this, Mysterio's fine. I could see Mysterio over Debris or Rhino perhaps. Could be okay and worth trying. I like that Mysterio's a 4 to flip out of the deck. Alright, at any rate, I've been live way too much this week. I'm gonna go say hello to my family for the first time in 5 days. I appreciate everybody that was here. If you missed it, there's a roadmap review up on the Hoaglandia staff channel. Tomorrow morning, there's going to be a best decks roundup. And then tomorrow there's going to be a best decks roundup. There'll be daily deck uploads every single day, 7 a.m. Central, etc., all the time. I will catch all of y'all around later. I hope everybody enjoys the Golden Gauntlets tomorrow afternoon. My time slot is like 4 Central-ish, 4:30-ish. I think it kicks off at like 1 o'clock, but don't quote me on that. Twitch.tv/MarvelSet. Catch you later, folks. All right, I'm gonna raid Ike on the way out the door. They're granted this afternoon.